Whether you accept it or not. Doggy Diamonds, you are being macked, my brother. You're too old to be being macked, doggy. You are being macked. I'm your friend, so I got to tell you the truth. I consider you my friend, and if you're my friend, I got to tell you the truth. I got to tell you, if you're my friend, I can't let you not understand what's going on. You being macked. Dwan B, you're being macked. Sincere, you're being macked. You're being macked. Listen, family, I want you to pay attention because tonight's show is going to be very informative. Because I want to break down the psychology of how people are being macked with this new wave of Mac lessons called FBA. They make it up as they go along. FBA is a con. It's a con game. It's a con game just like every con game before it. It's a con game. Family, FBA is a con game no different than any con game before it. You hear what I say? I'm telling you what I know. I'm telling you what I'm going to share with you tonight, that it is a con game. And this con game will go into another con game, but this con game will linger in the background when it goes into another con game. Let me explain to you what I mean. Every time the con game changes, there is no removing of the merchandise of the original con game. It's just an additional con game. So listen, if you wanted to go and buy the Mac Within, you can still purchase the Mac Within, where it tells you cheap pickup lines, dirty pickup lines to dominate sisters or whomever. But then you can fake like you're fighting for some sort of liberation as it relates to FBA too. It's all a con game. Listen, from the time that he came on the scene, it's been a con game, because the people that this is established in, the people that this is established in, they own the con game. This here was a con game. Hey, family, you don't have to believe me. This was a con game. This was a con game to get into rap circles. Cosmo Flex is a character. And every so often, family, we in class tonight. Every so often, the character changes. But the con game and the manipulation and the intent never changes. The con game is to extract information, what they would call intel, and also sell you a product in the process to supplement the stipend that the con artist is receiving. Listen, you might think this conspiracy theory. You may think this is conspiracy theory, but this is my opinion that you may call conspiracy theory. But within my opinion, I'm going to show you receipts. It's all a con game. You understand what I'm saying? Let's get into it just a little bit. Let's get into it just a little bit. Right here. Looking like Miami Vice to sell a lecture. It's a con game. I didn't doctor this. This is a con game. This is a con game for slow Africans in America. This is not a con game for regular everyday people. It's only a con game for slow Africans in America. I didn't doctor this. This is all marketing and advertisement and merchandising the con game. It's all con game. To act like he was a Mac, this is also a con game. All of this is a con game. He know, or whoever put him up to it, know the psychology, and you're going to hear it in a minute. You're going to hear it in a minute, that you would choose a lighter sister over a darker sister. So whenever you see him doing this Mac thing, he's always, more times than not, using the stereotypical image of what the world has seen or described as acceptable beauty. It's a con game. He says that he wasn't a pimp, but then he says with the Michael Moore documentary that he is the best known pimp around the world. Now listen to this. This is all a con game. He knows, or he feels that he knows what you're thinking in your subconscious. Family, listen, we're going to dissect this tonight. He thinks he know what you're thinking in your subconscious. So before the FBA con game, he will always add a European. Because in his mind, you are soft for a European image. He feel as though he can work on the subconscious to draw you in. So he puts a European. He goes a step further. He never comes back and explains. This is another con game. Acting like he's an R&B singer. This is all a con game. This was not so long ago, and he got a woman on there looking like Donna Summers in 1974. This shows you that he lives in a bubble. He lives in a bubble. He lives in a trapped community that he can only leave with permission. He lives in a bubble. This is why he don't know how to dress. This is why he'll spend a bunch of money on outdated stuff and think he's killing it. But this is all a con game. You see this? All a con game. This is 2018. He got a woman up there looking like Donna Summers. This shows you he lives in a bubble. He built a prison around himself. He lives in a prison. He doesn't know what's going on. If you cut his internet off, he doesn't know what the real world is what's going on in the real world. He doesn't have a community. He lives in a gated community that he can only go out when he has permission. So they can make sure that he is protected. Y'all don't believe this, man. Listen. Do anybody remember the story about Rayful Edmonds? Anybody remember Rayful Edmonds? Let me share something with you. See if I got this clip. So Rayful Edmonds was a drug dealer in the D.C. area. Rayful Edmonds. He was a drug dealer in the D.C. area. And he got caught up in a whole bunch of stuff, right? And just so you know that this Marcus Sanders stuff can be real, I want you to listen to this real quick.
But Pennsylvania said, the feds say they letting them go, but we holding them for that 30. So that's where all this motion came in. And then, the talk was, it's costing us more to hold him. And we owe him.
Now, this brother is talking about Rayful Edmonds. But I want you to pay attention real quick.
You know, time. They even try to make him take Witset. Like,
listen,
we giving you some money, we changing your name. He told me no. I told him take it. Time. They even try to make him take Witset. Like, we giving you some money, we changing your name. He told me no.
What I'm trying to show right there is that this type of reality is real. That was Rayful Edmonds' right-hand man, Whitey. Whitey said they was going to give him money and change his name. He said no. Rayful Edmonds. I'm telling you, so this is not conspiracy theory. We seen it with Sammy the Bull. Sammy the Bull got caught up into some mess. The next thing you know, he got locked up in Arizona for selling perks, if I'm not mistaken. And he had a restaurant. They set him up with a restaurant and everything. They set him up with a restaurant. So don't believe that this is far-fetched, that somebody is a prisoner to their own home. But in the meantime, in between time, they got plenty of time to create and fake because they become a prisoner. Listen, when I play that song, you built a prison around yourself for you and your fam. That's a real thing. You have people out here right now in that program that seem to be normal neighbors, seem to be normal people, internet personalities, but you would never see them out and about. You would never see them out and about in normal situations. Never. Do you know what? Do we even know what? We get so caught up on the internet that we don't even know what normal situations is. Do we know what normal situation is? Normal situations mean it's not a gathering for a movie. It's not a gathering for it's not a gathering to try to sell something. We're talking about normal situations. It's not trying to promote an event. It's just normal you would never see. You will never see. You hear what I say? At normal stuff. Family, go and check it out. If you think I'm playing, go and scan people like this social media and you will never see normal stuff. You hear what I say? And there's a reason you don't see normal stuff. Because this is not a normal person. This person has been on a mission for a long time. And in the meantime, in between time, they're able to find a way to add on. To what? Because they can't get a regular job. It's impossible for them to get a regular job and go in and out every day. And when I say a regular job, even run a regular business. This is why even before the place was open, there was feds or people that appeared to be feds all around that location. There was the people I got the footage. There was people all around that location. This is not a normal 9 to 5. It's not a normal run of business. This is not a normal Silicon Valley Fortune 500 thing where you go in and come out as you please. Nah. This is all orchestrated and protected. Each and every move has a buffer behind it or around it. Each and every one of them. Now, let's get to it. I want to show you that FBA is really a cosplay organization. And yes, it's organized. It's a cosplay organization. It's organized without being on paper. It's organized because you got the center figure or the central figure dictating what happens with it. It's a cosplay situation. Listen, right here, he's cosplaying. Cosmo Fleck, Cosmo, he's cosplaying. Cosmo. What is a Cosmo? What is a Cosmo? He's cosplaying. Family, y'all don't hear me. Y'all think I'm making this stuff up, family. I'm trying to not give you everything before the documentary come. I'm trying to prepare you. I'm trying to prime you before the documentary come. Cosmo is cosplaying. Every role has been a cosplaying role. I'm trying to tell you. And people that associated with him are also cosplaying. They're cosplaying. I've showed you quite a few people who are not FBA. Listen. My bro, like no other, 5% brother, Lord Jamal was cosplaying. Is that right? Lord Jamal was cosplaying. Press 7, is that right? Because we're going to get cooking tonight. We even gonna give you a little bit of a future show real quick. Let me give you a little bit of a future show real quick. He is cosplaying. And we know he was cosplaying because we know that he's not what they call FBA. We know Tariq is cosplaying because we know that his whole lineage is not FBA. And if it was, he would show it to you. Why don't he show it to you? Huh? Why don't he show it to you? Because he's cosplaying. Now I'm going to show you a show we got coming up here on Morris World TV about some more cosplaying. Because that's what's going on. They cosplaying, family. They cosplaying. And we're going to show you some of these cosplayers, family. I'm going to show you one right now. You ready? I'm going to show you one right now. If these people don't come clean, they're going to be in trouble. They're going to be in trouble if they don't come clean. All right? Let me see. All right. There we go. Let me show you. Hold up. I ain't save it right. Let me show you real quick. I wasn't going to do this at first, but I'm going to do it now. Now, this is called cosplaying. The same people that support Tariq Nasheed, they better be ready because we're going to call a spade a spade. And this is, listen. He did have bars. He ain't had no bars. You tripping. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up again. Give me 1 second. Let me show you what we're going to be revealing come soon. This is called cosplaying. All right? This is called cosplaying. This is Dr. Kaba. Dr. Kaba is also cosplaying. They are cosplaying, family. Dr. Kaba, hold up. Let me show you what I mean. I'm going to get on with the show. Dr. Kaba is one of the foremost voices for African spiritual thoughts. And he moved towards the FBA concept for whatever reason. That's where he moved towards. Hold up. For whatever reason. But he is one of the ones, listen, don't nobody get no break when you try to mislead our people. You don't get a break. This is Dr. Kaba. One of the foremost leading authorities on African spiritual systems, but he played a fence with FBA. But when he goes home, all of that is out the window. We'll get into that another time. Back to the regularly scheduled program. They are all cosplaying. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You can tell that somebody has something on them because they do not stand on principle and what they taught for 20 or 30 years. Hear what I'm saying? If you've been teaching something for 20 or 30 years, if you have been teaching something for 20 or 30 years, and someone try to get you to cut around the corner, you will stand on principle because you know what it is. But when you don't stand on principle, it's an indication that they got something on you. Why won't you stand on principle? Why? Because they got something on you. And if they expose you, it could end you. But let me tell you something. You shouldn't play that game. It's a very risky game, especially when you got Morse World TV right here. But it's all cosplay, family. All of it is. So what I need to do is let you know that even here, because he knows that you, not you, that you that fall for the okie doke easy would believe that a European is the founder of rock and roll. So to perpetuate that stereotype and that imagery, he'll put a European playing a guitar like Van Halen instead of putting a brother in the video because he knows subconsciously. And this is, again, Cosmo or cosplay. This is all a game to the person who's getting paid. This is all a game to those who are getting paid. All of this stuff is being a gangster rapper, Ghetto Dynasty. This is all cosplay. They're playing parts, family. I want you to hear what I'm saying. They're only playing parts. They're playing a role. And for if Sincere the Love God is true about FBA, why would you not question one who's representing it? It's all a game. Just question them. What's up with this, bro? What's up with all of these personalities? What's going on with this? What's going on with all these personalities? I evolved, but I'm just saying. I hear you saying you evolved, but it's starting to look like that it's a hustle. That's what it's looking like. It's looking like it's a hustle. That's what it's looking like. From this point, it's looking like it's a hustle. And it's looking like that you're doing anything to persuade people that you have something for them to be entertained on, or that you have something that you can offer them. But family, again, it's cosplay, and we just getting started. This should show people all the time that the man is an actor. But even in the thin line between reality and fiction, he describes himself as a pimp. And what makes it crazy is that he said that he has sold the most books in history on the game. He has sold the most books in history on the game. What is he talking about? He's talking about the Mac Within, which that's a story for the documentary on how the numbers was rigged to make it look like the bestseller. We already got all of that research too. But it's all a game, family. And I'm here to show you how the game looks. That's all I'm going to do. I'm going to show you how the game looks. So when you get to FBA, it's no different. It's no different. This flag is a hustle. This flag is a hustle. All created by one person. This flag is a hustle. Here's the cosplay. When one thing falls to the wayside, he just create another. He just create another. And he's not worrying about how many people going to fall to the wayside when one other thing fall to the wayside, because people like that, they believe that you are ignorant anyway. So they believe that a dummy is born every day. Somebody will follow it. That's what they bank on. Most grifters bank on the ignorance. They almost can predict your response. They know, especially in this social media era, they know, listen, these type of people, let me talk to you for a minute. These type of people have scientific data. Europeans have studied us. They know how to trigger our emotions. They know what the data say. They know that they can create something for us tomorrow and we'll follow it. They already know. They know. That's how they can create things like take the informant guy that created Kwanzaa. They know. And many people celebrate Kwanzaa, but it was created by a known informant. But they know. Because one thing for sure and two things for certain, sometimes they will create something just to see how you respond so they know how you respond later. They have used us as guinea pigs for years. So just say Kwanzaa is an okay thing to celebrate, opposite of Christmas. Let's just say that. Well, sometimes it's an experiment. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's an experiment just to see how you respond, not to see whether you are weak or anything, just how your brain works when you're introduced to something. This way, they will know how to introduce something else to you. They got all the data. They have all the data. So when they introduce something like FBA, they almost can predict how you will respond. Almost down to your emotional attacks. They almost can predict it because they got the data. And they've been doing this since the close of physical slavery. They collect the data in slavery to see how we responded in captivity. Prisoners of war. From that data, they could tell how we responded when chattel slavery was over. And then as we evolved from that experience, they study us again to see how we respond to any other change that they introduce to us. So it's predictable that you will gravitate to FBA. But the objective with FBA is to make sure that you don't unite with your people around the world. Because we get caught up in a little parcel of land called the United States of America. Europeans, they don't get caught up in a little parcel of land called the UK, called Russia. They don't get caught up in a little parcel of land. They get caught up in trying to bring it all together. But we're easily fooled. We're easily fooled. And they predict it. So when they put somebody in front of us that look like us, when they put somebody in front of us to look like us and they can sell us on the idea of Melanoid Nation, they know how we're going to react. They know how we're going to react. If they want to trigger you for your emotions, they know how you're going to react. If they want to trigger you, family, listen, Listen, if they want to trigger you and they want to see how you're going to respond, it's very easy. They just put someone in front of you. They just put someone in front of you and say it.
Right now, there is a race war against melanoid people who are classified as black here in the United States. That's just what it is. We have to look at it like that. There's an all-out race war placed upon us right now.
I don't know if y'all can hear that, but in this here, he says that there's a race war against quote-unquote black people in America. What happened to the race war? What happened to the race war? Because the race war he was talking about at this time, it wasn't a race war, Haitians against Africans in America. It wasn't a race war against Nigerians of Africans in America. It wasn't a race war. It was a race war against Europeans, but this is also an experiment to see how you respond. He drained this. He drained this. He drained this for all the money he could get out of it. It's dead. There's no more money in the unity talk.
There's a race war going on. Jose, brother, I'm going to have to go ahead and ban you, man. You want me to ban you?
So there is very little money in unity talk propaganda. In order for you to be prosperous in unity, you have to come together and work together. You can't grift. Let me listen to me, family. Are you listening to me? You cannot grift out of talking unity anymore. Because they milked it. They milked it. Sinetta milked it. Polite milked it. Hidden Colors milked it. There is no money in talking unity no more. Only way you get money from unity is if you unify and come together and do something. That's it. We went through the phase of all the nice talks. We went through the phase of the lectures. Tariq used to do the lectures himself. We went through those phases. There is no money in it. Now the money comes through division. The money now comes through division. It always came through division and destruction. Listen. When the propaganda was being pushed as a united force, at the forefront, let me tell you something. In order for a person like Tariq Nasheed to get into this conversation, he had to get on the merry-go-round as it was going around. Let me explain something to you, family. When the merry-go-round is spinning fast, anybody ever play at the playground when they was young? When the merry-go-round is spinning fast, anybody ever reach out their hand and touch the bars of the merry-go-round and smack you and hurt your hand? In order to get on the merry-go-round, you have to meet the merry-go-round at the speed that it's going. So you know what we used to do? While it's spinning, we'll try to run with it. And then we'll try to catch it and jump on. And then the bigger friend would try to spin it so we couldn't catch it. But we steady trying to spin it. Some of them would be on the merry-go-round and they'd be kicking it like a motorcycle kickstart. But you have to run around and speed up with it. So when Tariq comes on the scene, everybody is talking Pan-Africanism. It's not that he was a Pan-Africanist. That was what people was talking. And then for him to get in to infiltrate it, he would have to speak the language in what they're talking. Talk to me, people. So that's what he did. He was never a Pan-Africanist. He was never about our people. Never. But in order to infiltrate it, he had to speak the language. He had to go at the same velocity of the merry-go-round. So he spoke like a Pan-Africanist. He spoke like a Moor. He spoke the common language of that time. And people don't even get it. He did the same. He used the same method for FBA. How do I know these methods? Because I study how the FBI infiltrate organizations. They don't only infiltrate organizations of our persuasion, they also infiltrate European organizations the same way. They infiltrate the same methodology is, listen, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They infiltrate European organizations exactly like this. This is not exclusively for us. Anybody that they feel that could grow and unfold into a threat against the system that dominates the populace, they will infiltrate. If not only for information, to understand your algorithms. Infiltration is not all about this. I'm a member of the Moorish Science Temple of America. I did a presentation today on Facebook and show how the Moorish Science Temple of America was infiltrated and manipulated. And the objective is not to destroy the organization. The objective is to destroy the people's concept of what direction to move in. That's all it's about. They want to keep remnants of liberation organization. They want to keep that. But what they want to do is confuse the populace as to what is the legitimate way to go. It happens like that. It's like that with the Moorish Science Temple of America. That's why so many factions of Moorish Science Temple of America, because it was infiltrated. It was infiltrated to the point where you don't know what is the real teachings of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. It was infiltrated. It is what it is. And this is why, if you don't know Moorish science, you would accuse me for being one of these crazy weirdos that learned this crazy Moorish stuff on the internet, when I ain't got nothing to do with that, nor did the Prophet Noble Drew Ali have anything to do with that. But back to my point. Infiltration is never about annihilation. Infiltration is about putting somebody's ear on the pulse of what the people are thinking, and what direction they are moving, and what is the next move. That's what infiltration is all about. And then try to redirect them. FBA is just a redirection. NOI, I'm of the thought that NOI played the same role to the Moorish Science Temple of America. I'm not disrespecting anybody. I'm just telling you what history says. I'm telling you what the evidence says. But now back to my point. So this is all cosplay. This is all cosplay, family. And when the cosplay is in full force, this is how one would enter into to infiltrate. Take a listen.
You can call yourself something so that your group can identify with something. Just like melanoid. I like to use the term melanoid because that's an all-encompassing term, because that removes borders, but that's not for me to take to the dominance.
Are you listening to that? Listen again. This was his entry point into conscious people.
Yourself something so that your group can identify with something. Just like melanoid. I like to use the term melanoid because that's an all-encompassing term, because that removes borders, but that's not for me to take to the dominant society and say, hey, can you stop treating me bad because I'm melanoid? No.
Listen, he says that melanoid is not used to go to the European and say, can you stop treating me bad? So why do they think FBA is? This is my country. I'm FBA. Why do they think FBA is? Listen to this.
No. That's to empower other melanoid.
Hey, keep the FBAs in here. Keep the FBAs in here. They here to learn for real. Let them. Don't block the FBAs. Just ignore them if you have to.
With people. A lot of dudes get this thing, well, we need to call ourselves Hebrew Israelites. We need to call ourselves Moorish Science Temple. And bringing that to the dominant society as if that's going to somehow stop them from practicing white supremacy.
Now, do a person believe that FBA going to stop them from practicing imperialism? Because according to your leader, FBA, he says that calling yourself Moor, calling yourself Hebrew is not going to stop them from practicing white supremacy. This is what he said in 2015, if I'm not mistaken. 10 years later, you're calling yourself FBA as if FBA is a bulletproof vest, when we know it's just a distraction. But for the sake of the conversation, it's a bulletproof vest. So you think. Huh? So you think. Somebody asked, let me put this. Somebody said, whatever happened to the Melanoid Nation that he created and the people who were supporting him? Melanoid Nation is alive and well. Just some guy with long hair, 6595. Melanoid Nation is the nonprofit in which owns the Hidden History Museum. Melanoid Nation is a nonprofit 501c3 charitable organization, and it owns the Hidden History Museum and everything in it. So Melanoid Nation ain't go nowhere. On the front, you hear FBA. These are trademarks. But Melanoid Nation is alive and well. That's the 501c3 charitable organization that owns the Hidden History Museum. That's what the deed is in. Now, here we go. Here we go. Let me keep it going. Fam, we got some good, fam, make sure you share this. We have some nice clips right here to show you how this cosplay look. You're going to see how this cosplay look tonight. You know what I mean? You're going to see how this cosplay look tonight. Here we go. Let's drop another one. Now, once again, when he was trying to get into the circles, let me show you how this worked. If anybody been around as long as I have, and I'm not going to take you back too far, when Brother Polite was trying to convince people that he was of Egyptian descent, he had a debate, I think it was with Captain Tazaryach or somebody within that conscious circle. And what he did to sensationalize the debate, he went to Africa. He went to he definitely went to Nigeria because that's where he really from, but he went to Egypt and he filmed himself on the plane and he acted like he was going to Egypt to get information for the debate. But this is how Polite was able to enter into these conscious circles also. Before that, he came through the door of Dr. York in Brooklyn. And then he moved right on over to Sinetta into what will become the conscious community. Well, there is no different. I'm telling you, the methodology is the same. Tariq Nasheed, in order to build confidence that he was about the people, he goes to South Africa and other countries in Africa at that. But we're going to just chill with South Africa today.
Looking at this, because I like to get around the real black
this
folks.
Is him
I don't
in
want to
South
see a
Africa.
bunch of black folks just serving the white supremacists. I want to know what's going on, and I want to chop up game with the brothers and sisters out here. So I have my tour guide. I got a brother named Tingo who's taking me around. He's a local. So I've had some sisters make me dashiki.
Now, remember, just last week, he was talking about dashikis is not African. Back here, this is when he's trying to get in and convince the viewer and the supporter that he is fighting for our people. So he makes the trip.
And I've been, went to the barbershop earlier yesterday. I'm just trying to do business with as many of our African brothers as possible.
Huh? Listen, he's cosplaying though. He's not, listen, he's cosplaying. Listen, I know when people see this, say, man, he sold out. No. Family, please listen to me. When you see this and the first thing you say, he sold out. No, this was a part of the role. This was a part of the cosplay. Press 7 if you understand before I go any further. This was a part of the cosplay to gain your confidence, to gain, quote unquote, black people, quote unquote, confidence. He wasn't about this for real. This was a part of the job. He has to go there to gain. He has to learn the language of consciousness in our circles. He had to learn the language of a pimp. He had to learn the language of a Mac. This is why he was around Rosebud. He had to learn the language. See, one thing about these trained people, that they are sponges, that they can read something or hear something and they can regurgitate it back like it ain't nothing. Polite could do it. Anybody remember Polite? Polite was a genius with it. This is why Tariq would not excommunicate Polite, even though he was charged with taking a 14-year-old girl innocence. And he said, if y'all donate some more, I will remove them from the documentary. Why? Because they're co-workers. Anyway, back to my point. Now, again, I'm going to go on and I'm going to drive home this point. The point that I'm going to drive home is that in order to gain your confidence, they have to act like they're you.
And, after seeing how there's a system of apartheid still here, I go back to my hotel room, which is a 5-star hotel. So I'm walking around with my fuck you clothes on. I got on my Melanoid Nation shirt, my RBG shirt.
Hold up. Do y'all remember? No, listen, somebody said, honestly, I don't think Polite was a genius at all. People needed to do was read. That's right, Michael Smith. You're 100% right. You're 100% right. But when I say genius, I'm talking about a genius of the low vibration of manipulation. He was very good at it. And you can't take that from him, Michael Smith. But now back to my point. Listen, he says that the RBG shirt is an FU shirt. See, one thing, and I said this on my last show, there is not an organization or a philosophy that fought against white supremacy or imperialism like do anybody remember what I said? There is not a philosophy, there is not a concept that fought against European white supremacy, quote unquote, imperialism like Pan-Africanism. None. FBA is pacifying people not to move forward and evolve towards liberation. That's what FBA is doing. There is not one group, there is not one philosophy that put it all on the line like Pan-Africanism. This is why he said he wore his FU shirt. Listen to what he said.
Shirt, my RBG shirt. I'm rocking my dashikis around the hotel because I'm the only black person here. And they're looking at.
He said those are his FU shirts. So I'm gonna do this and then I'm gonna move on. It Moors out here scamming with fake contracts and manipulating people out here for money. Those are not Moors. Those are cosplayers. RPA. Those are cosplayers. Those are not Moors. Moors, we don't represent that, nor is that our philosophy or that our teaching. Those are not Moors, brother. So if somebody then beat you out the money and they called themselves Moors, you was a fool. You should have did some research. In fact, email me if someone tried to sell you something. Those are not Moors. Back to the regularly scheduled program. I mean, those are not Moors.
Yourself something so that your group can identify with something. Just like melanoid. I like to use the term melanoid because that's an all-encompassing term because that removes borders. But that's not for me to take to the dominant society and say, hey,
hotel, so I'm walking around with my fuck you clothes on. I got on my Melanoid Nation shirt, my RBG shirt. I'm rocking my dashikis around the hotel because I'm the only black person here. And they're looking at me like, nigga, are you supposed to be serving me some croissants or whatever? You know, so they're giving me that look and I'm giving them that look. You dig? And
so he knows that the resistant movement came through the RBG. He knows that. He knows that the resistant movement in America and abroad came through Pan-Africanism. He knows that. Somebody says, let me say this and then I'm gonna get you out of here. He says, well, why are you always on Tariq? You don't get on these tethers who put us down every day. Because let me say this real quick and I'm gonna let you rock. Because those ignorant people in the diaspora are not a threat. The biggest threat to us is those that talk like us, that look like us, and act like they are us, and act like they fighting for the same thing that we are fighting for. They are a bigger threat than somebody on the internet. They are a way bigger threat than someone on the internet acting like they mad at someone in America. They're a way bigger threat. I mean, the ones that look like us is the biggest threat. I mean, he's the biggest threat. You know what I mean? Now, so when one says, okay, somebody says, give me 1 second. I like that. When a person says, man, Tariq is doing big things. That's why I say don't block them yet. Don't block them, fam. Don't block them. Family. Listen to this. Give me a second. When you say Tariq is doing big things, it's calling the FBI and reporting people to the FBI is big things. Somebody said Tariq is doing big things. RPA, I answered your question. Now please answer my question. This is a court document where Tariq called the FBI and reported me to the FBI. Would you like to explain that for me? Would you like to explain that for me? So when you say why I'm not worried about what these tethers and all that, why would I be worried about them? Why would I be worried about them talking about black people are dumb in America? Why would I worry about them? Shouldn't I worry about the one that's calling FBI on people for reaction videos? Reporting me to the FBI for a reaction video? This is the bigger problem than one that's saying black people is lazy. This is the bigger problem than saying black people is dumb. This is real time. And then somebody say try to get him sent to prison. Don't let me pull out the document where he wrote the judge and try to get me locked up. Take me away from my family for a reactionary video. So should I be focused on somebody from Nigeria that says, you're dumb?
Never watched this video before. Y'all know I only play videos. I don't know. I want to make it clear. For somebody to call the FBI and somebody else within the community that we know, Tariq and him, is completely wrong. It's completely. I don't see why. Was he a threat to him? Why would Tariq Nasheed call? He's not a street dude, so I'm not going to put the street stuff on him. But why would you feel it necessary to feel comfortable calling the FBI? I don't care what side of the bridge you're on. If you're on Taharka's side or Tariq, I don't see no reason why I should call the FBI. That's like me and Saneda going back and forth. I'm going to call the FBI and Saneda. For what? What is it that Saneda did that I would have to call the FBI on a social media platform? That's something that's really. And by the way, too, when you call the FBI, you can never feel comfortable calling the FBI. So let me continue watching this video because I've never watched this video before. This is the first time I'm playing it. All right. So all the things that he's saying, this is all Taharka-based information and sources, not mine. Just to make it clear. Laugh or low. Who got the FBI number for what? Yeah, this is what he's showing on the screen. Let me rewind it a little bit. This is crazy. Right here. Look at this right here.
When you say Tariq is doing big things, is calling the FBI and reporting people to the FBI is big things. Somebody said Tariq is doing big things. RPA, I answered your question. Now please answer my question. This is a court document where Tariq called the FBI and reported me to the FBI. Would you like to explain that for me? Would you like to explain that for me? So when you say why I'm not worried about what these tethers and all that, why would I be worried about them? Why would I be worried about them talking about black people are dumb in America? Why would I worry about them? Shouldn't I worry about the one that's calling FBI on people for reaction videos? Reporting me to the FBI for a reaction video? This is the bigger problem.
Yo, you funny, bro. I was never in his movie. As a matter of fact, some of my scholarship is in his Maroon documentary that I gave to somebody who is actually in the documentary. I personally gave the information that's in his documentary. So yes, I did play a part. I wasn't in the video because I didn't want to film with Polite, so I didn't show up for my video with to be in the video. Shout out. I was also supposed to be at this conference, FBA conference, to speak, but I didn't speak. But anyway, besides all of that, listen, family. All I'm gonna say is this, right? And when we call ourselves FBA, Foundation of Black American, I'm gonna get into that a little bit. Lord goes, y'all remember stop stitching. But look at this right here. Look what this guy wrote. When we talk about the FBI. I don't ever feel comfortable even mentioning the FBI on my channel. Yes, you should be focused on anyone that's undermining you, because deceiving people about their identity should be considered a treasonous act. The FBI seems to be the correct order. When it's time to jump on the panel, brother, you could jump on the panel anytime. Jump on the panel, my brother. Jump on the panel. Jump. Yeah, the quick. Jump on the panel whenever you're ready. I'm not going to argue with you in the chat. Some of you guys take this FBA thing too hard, bro. You know what the problem is? Say, for example, I call myself a Jamaican, right? And my brother's over there in the Barbados. My brother's in Antigua and Trinidad. My brother's in North America here, right? We all call ourselves black, right? That's what I'm saying. Eyes listening. That is funny. I got to put that on the screen. I got to put it on the screen. That is funny. The issue here is we were all a part of the British Atlantic slave network. All right. And I'm going to get into that some more. How slaves from North America were taken to the Caribbean. How slaves from the Caribbean was taken here. So signing a true lineage is kind of practically impossible. But I'm going to say this. FBA is a made up term that's actually trademarked and owned by Tariq Nasheed. He made up the term. Well, I don't know if he made up the term, but I know he has it on the trademark. But watch this though. What were you calling yourself before FBA came about? What were you calling yourself? All right, so now if you go to court and claim you're FBA, they don't know, they don't recognize you. Nobody recognizes you. But I'm gonna say this to everybody out there. Listen, man. FBA, the problem, one of the main problems is not that you're finding a lineage for reparation purposes. The main problem is you're trying to divide black folks. So you know what then? You should stop celebrating Black History Month. Because Carter G. Woodson was technically one of the most biggest influences on Pan-Africanism, because that's what he wrote. He wrote about supporting. When he said Black history, he meant African and Caribbean history also. So now you celebrate Black History Month. You shouldn't do it then. Because Carter G. Woodson, although he would be considered an FBA, he was a Pan-Africanist. But anyway, let me play the video. Let's get this out of the way, and I'll get into the rest of the program.
Than one that's saying black people is lazy. This is the bigger problem than saying black people is dumb. This is real time. And then somebody say try to get him sent to prison. Don't let me pull out the document where he wrote the judge and try to get me locked up. Take me away from my family for a reactionary video. So should I be focused on somebody from Nigeria that says, you're dumb? See how you justify that? Now you're blocked because you're dumb. Now we're going to block dummies. This fool said, I say you did that because this and that. Be quiet. Be quiet. Now you're dumb. Now you can't even communicate with us. You can't even communicate with us if you justify that. You can't justify this type of behavior. Now you're blocked. So let's move on with the show. He's gone. Let's move on with the show. Now, back to my point. And that probably was Tariq anyway. That probably was him anyway. Because he can't go outside. He can't go outside without a pass. He can't leave. He's a prisoner. He can't go outside. So he got all of these crazy accounts. All right, y'all don't believe me. Okay. Anyway, let's get back to it. Let's get back to it, family. I hope y'all feeling well. I hope y'all sharing this. I'm showing you real stuff in real time. It is what it is. Now, do y'all remember? Hold up. In order to get in the circle, let me stay with the theme and what I'm talking about. In order to get in the circle, you will hear stuff like this.
Nobody talked about what they were going to do. They gave this big old concert pep rally gospel fest. And at the end of it, they said, okay, donate to our organization, which was white owned and white run. So it's more conning from the white supremacists. And that's something that black folks are going to have to start getting away from.
Notice he said it's more conning from the white supremacists. Today he says that the con is coming from our brothers in Nigeria. And yes, they do got a crazy hustle game. We can't take that from them. But this is how he came in this type of circle.
We're going to have to start, and when we talk to my African-American people, we're going to have to come over here and let our brothers and sisters know that we have their back.
You hear what he just said? So why not somebody say, brother, explain what has changed? Now, on the next podcast, he's going to try to explain because he's watching. He watches everything I do. He watches everything I do. This is when he was African-American. Listen, FBA is a cosplay family. He started off as Cosmo Flex. It started off as a cosplay.
Let our brothers and sisters know that we have their back. We got to let them know that we got them. We have their back. We want to connect with them. And again, some of the brothers over here and some of the heads of states over here, what they need to do is start offering something like dual citizenship to African Americans so that we can bond and connect.
Y'all hear that? But don't get it twisted. Don't get caught up. Don't start thinking that that is genuine. Don't start thinking that that is genuine. That's not genuine. That's to gain your confidence because that's where we were as a people.
Yo, I'm cracking up over here. Are you serious right now? Yo, let's go back and play this over, yo. This is crazy. This is what he was saying before. Yo, hey, Tazaryach, I'm glad I'm not your enemy, bro. You gonna dig up them NOI photos with me, my bow tie. Like, yo, let me expose Garfield. He was NOI big time, talking all this crazy stuff. Yakub and all that stuff, huh? Yo, Tazaryach, we cool, right?
So he got all of these crazy accounts.
Oh, man, this is crazy.
All right, y'all don't believe me. Okay. Anyway,
This is crazy.
let's get back to it. Let's get back to it, family. I hope y'all feeling well. I hope y'all sharing this. I'm showing you real stuff in real time. It is what it is. Now, do y'all remember? Hold up. In order to get in the circle, let me stay with the theme and what I'm talking about. In order to get in the circle, you will hear stuff like this.
Nobody talked about what they were going to do. They gave this big old concert, pep rally, gospel fest. And at the end of it, they said, okay, donate to our organization, which was white owned and white run. So it's more conning from the white supremacists. And that's something that black folks are going to have to start getting away from.
Notice he said it's more conning from the white supremacists. Today he says that the con is coming from our brothers in Nigeria. And yes, they do got a crazy hustle game. We can't take that from them. But this is how he came in this type of circle.
We're going to have to start, and when we talk to my African-American people, we're going to have to come over here and let our brothers and sisters know that we have their back.
You hear what he just said? So why not somebody say, brother, explain what has changed? Now, on the next podcast, he's going to try to explain because he's watching. He watches everything I do. This is when he was African-American. Listen, FBA is a cosplay family. He started off as Cosmo Flex. It started off as a cosplay.
Let our brothers and sisters know that we have their back. We got to let them know that we got them. We have their back. We want to connect with them. And again, some of the brothers over here and some of the heads of states over here, what they need to do is start offering something like dual citizenship to African Americans so that we can bond and connect.
Y'all hear that? But don't get it twisted. Don't get caught up. Don't start thinking that that is genuine. Don't start thinking that that is genuine. That's not genuine. That's to gain your confidence because that's where we were as a people at this making of this. Press 7 if you understand what I'm saying. Don't think that he was genuinely Pan-Africanist. No, that's where the conversation was at. That's where the conversation was at. So that's the only way that he could get on the merry-go-round. Remember, I gave the analogy about the merry-go-round. When the merry-go-round is spinning, you just can't walk on to the merry-go-round. You got to catch up to the merry-go-round and then jump on. But he had no interest in this. This is another operation. All of these things are operations to keep us discombobulated and confused. At least a small population. If it takes off and a lot of people fall into it, then they'll really be happy. But even if a small microcosmic group of us fall into it, it can carry on for years because someone else is going to carry the tale. Someone else is going to remix it. Someone else is going to give it a different interpretation. Someone else is going to make sure that the message goes on. And then the confusion is super polarized because now you got 20 different metamorphosed interpretations of the original philosophy. It is what it is. But here it is.
People. A lot of dudes get this thing where we need to call ourselves Hebrew Israelites.
Oh, my bad.
We need to call ourselves more
because over here,
and
people love us. They got a lot of
bringing that
respect
to
for us.
the dominant society as if that's
be
going
like, hey, you guys are African Americans? You guys are from America? They're like, oh my God. They would just get excited because they met an actual black person.
This is what I wanted to get. Hold up.
Nobody talked about what they were going to do. They gave this big old concert, pep rally, gospel fest. And at the end of it, they said, okay, donate to our organization, which was white owned and white run. So it's more conning from the white supremacists. And that's something that black folks are going to have to start getting away from. We're going to have to start, and when we talk to my African-American people, we're going to have to come over here and let our brothers and sisters know that we have their back. We got to let them know that we got them. We have their back. We want to connect with them. And again, some of the brothers over here and some of the heads of states over here, what they need to do is start offering something like dual citizenship to African Americans so that we can bond and connect. Because over here, people love us. They got.
See, and this is the thing that people have to understand. This is the thing that people understand. Once you have all the data, you can't keep lying. You can't keep lying. My brother DJ says, DJ Genesis Detroit, can I dual stream this? Is what I've been saying this whole time. Yeah, absolutely. 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 I'm not going to strike you, but I would prefer you take clips. But if you want, you can do what you do. We need to get the message out. It is what it is. Now listen. Oh, I'm sorry, DJ Dennis Detroit. I'm sorry, sis. I appreciate you. So listen. At the end of the day, this is what we get. And at the end of the day, this is what we get. Hold on one second. At the end of the day, this is what we get. Let me finish it.
A lot of respect for us. I've been walking down the street and people will be like, hey, you guys are African Americans? You guys are from America? They're like, oh my God. They would just get excited because they met an actual black person who was from America. And they look up to us in many ways because, you know, we have access to a lot of resources that other people who are of African descent around the world don't have access to. And we take that for granted. That's why we trick our money off and we bullshit our money off. But if we got a purpose, we could circulate our money and connect with the brothers and sisters over here and do something very constructive with it.
You see what I'm saying? He understands all of this. The same thing that we're talking, he understands. Family, press 7 if you just heard all of that. The same thing that we're talking, he understands. He knows exactly what we're talking about. We must connect and work this out. But guess what? Those was the talking points to get him inside. And then once he get in, he redirects. That's how infiltration work. Infiltration don't work where it's obvious. Infiltration works where I come in talking like you. I come in acting like you. I come in doing all the things that you are used to hearing. And then I redirect. That's how a person that's infiltrated. And when I say I am not talking about me, I'm talking about this has been the methodology of the FBI for a long time. Send information back or redirect. You follow me? Somebody say he got 89K in the chat right now. Nobody who got 89K in the chat. 89K. But look, at the end of the day, we're going to keep it going, family. I got a few more minutes. Now, let's take a look at when, again, say GS, when you going to get on TikTok? I'm coming on TikTok soon. I'm coming soon. Listen to this, family.
Not really a part of what we got going on. And a lot of us do want to identify with African culture, getting choked by the cops and black men getting gunned down, and there's no justice. We're told every day that you're not really a part of what we got going on. And a lot of us do want to identify with African culture, but the only thing we know about African culture is what we see on the news, which is...
So listen, even back then, he would go to the UK and then say something different. He said in the UK, around the same period of time, he says the only thing we know about African culture is Ebola. Like, stop lying. This is called cosplaying at the highest height. Listen again.
And guerrilla warfare. Over. I think a lot of African people will do the dual citizenship thing because we do want to know our heritage. That's why over in the States, we look for identities.
Listen.
We're always looking. This is why
he knows that we are looking for identity. This is why he can play and the government can play the identity game. Remember during 2018, 2016, somewhere around there, between 2016 and 18, they came with the identity thing that the FBI was instigating. The black identity thing. Anybody remember that? Press 7 if you remember that. The black identity thing. They have studied us. They know that we are emotional about identity. They know that. This is why he can introduce, or the government can introduce FBA. They already know we're going to respond. They know we're going to respond to ADOS. They know we're going to respond to FBA. They know that we're going to respond to Afro-American, African-American, Black. We have been responding to these misnomers for a long time. We have been responding to Negro. We have been responding to Black. We have been responding to colored. We have been responding to Afro-American. We have responded to African-American. We have responded to FBA. We have responded to ADOS. We have responded to all of these misnomers. Why wouldn't they continue to use that? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it ain't broke, if the infiltration process is not broke, then why fix it? Why fix it? They got James Brown under duress to make the song "I'm Black and I'm Proud." And James Brown tell the story. He said he didn't want to make that song. And that's what made the term black a popular, accepted term, because they brought it through pop culture. And so when you see FBA in the movie, it's the same soup warmed over. Somebody say, what's wrong with American Indian? Listen, in reality, I think that's a whole nother conversation where I'm not even going to open it. Aqua Video Man, if you wanted to come on here and we discuss it, it depends on how you're using it. See, it's more variables than just calling yourself an American Indian. What are you saying? Are you saying it's a nationality? Are you saying it's a tribe? Are you saying that it's what is it? When you say, and so that's a conversation, brother. You know what I mean? Like when they say FBA is a lineage, that's a lie. It doesn't have the hallmarks of a lineage. They're just making it a lineage because they're uneducated on what a lineage is. But it doesn't have the hallmarks of a lineage. You know what I'm saying? Now, at the end of the day, when you look at American Indian, what are you saying? You know what I'm saying? What are you saying? No. What are you saying? Is it a nationality? See, this is why I can't talk to you. You say it speaks for itself. It doesn't speak for itself. What is it saying? What do you identify it as? Do you identify it as a nationality? Do you identify it as a lineage? Do you identify it as a tribal identity? You have to explain what you identify it as for us to qualify. Does it make sense in the big scheme of things? You know what I mean? That's what you have to do. So I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that. That's a conversation for another time. You're welcome to email me and come on the show. With that being said, let's get busy. Now, at the end of the day, family, one of the last things that I want to wrap this up with in the next 20 minutes is this, family. Pay attention to this. Remember Tariq always talking about the code. Thank you so much, Des. I appreciate you, Des. Des, let's see, hold on. Let's see what it says. There's unknown 7. Appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Now let's remember Tariq keep on talking about this code. Press 7 if you remember this code. And he hijacked the concept of code. He hijacked the concept of code talk. You know what I mean? Somebody said, what makes African American? I need to do a question show. What makes African American a misnomer is because Africa is a continent with 54 countries, and American is a country, but also you have North America. You have to define it by how it's defined. That's all. You have to define it how it's defined in legalese. You don't have to accept it, but you have to define it the way you can't. In other words, you can't just make up something and say this is what it is. It doesn't fit into the construct of the families of nations. Let me say it like this. You can make up whatever you want, but it won't fit into the construct of legalese, nor will it fit into the construct of how our people constructed identity. That's what I mean to say. It won't fit into the construct of how our people constructed identity. But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. I don't want to shift my conversation, so I'm gonna keep it going. Let me finish this up.
Create so much stuff. The hip hop culture that was created in the United States was basically us looking for an identity. So we were constantly looking for an identity, and just as global people of African descent generally dealing.
You hear what he said? This is global people of African descent. He knows more than what he's saying today. Family, press 7 if you hear that. Listen.
Looking for an identity, and just as global people of African descent generally dealing.
Global people of African descent. He knows. Listen, he's playing. He's macking these people because he knows better. Even if he doesn't subscribe to it, he knows better. He knows all the talking points of liberation.
The system of white supremacy, we're trying to find ourselves and figure out how to coexist in a system like that. So it's a very interesting dynamic, but our African brothers need to open up some of those countries to all of us. That would really speak volumes.
He knows all the talking points of liberation. He learned all the talking points. You welcome, DJ Jennings. He knows all the talking points of liberation. And the only way that you can infiltrate is you need to know the talking points. He has to be able to, you cannot infiltrate China if you can't speak Chinese. So what the CIA does is they bring somebody in to infiltrate China. They are Chinese, but they might be Chinese American. And they speak fluent Chinese so they can go undetected. See, we as a people, we haven't caught up. Not all of us. Many of us haven't caught up with the techniques that they use. The way they're able to get Saddam Hussein. And I don't agree with Saddam Hussein or anybody that takes lives. But the way that they are able to get Saddam Hussein, they are able to get someone that look like a Kuwaiti, that look like an Iraqi, that is bought, paid, and sold, and that's an American, but have all the phenotypes. You know what I mean? Have all the phenotypes. Let me see, right now it doesn't matter, right or wrong. Tariq has all the far biggest street cred in any space. Eventually, we will see if it will hold to the present rhetoric. So the question to you then, one thing for sure, listen, this is what you have to understand, family. This is what you got to understand. Popularity doesn't win all the battles. You know what I'm saying? And even if popularity wins the battle, that don't mean that it wins the war. Now, for Desporian right now, it doesn't matter right or wrong. Tariq has the far biggest street cred. He doesn't have the street cred. If you calling the FBI street cred, then I don't know what type of streets you come from. It's just people have not caught up to the information. This is the legal document of Tariq saying that he filed and recorded an incident to the FBI on me. What street cred are you talking about? I'm going to keep dropping this every time somebody says something. What street cred are you referring to? It's just people are unaware. Once people become aware, all of that goes out the window. These live streams don't go nowhere. They are recorded. Even if it gets pulled down, it will arrive somewhere else. It will arrive somewhere else. So at the end of the day, let's keep it going. Now, one of the things that Tariq was able to infiltrate the ideals that people were standing on, and this is the last thing I'll do. And walk it on home. Remember, he used to talk about the code. Everybody remember he used to talk about the code. Let's look at what he talked about the code.
You get a code of conduct and act on that code and you're good. So when you get together, you will be powerful. When you get a code, then you get together, you're going to be unstoppable. But what happens is that you got a bunch of splinter groups coming together and there's anger, but there's no code. So a lot of anger and frustration is vented.
Isn't that what he perpetuates?
There's no long-term solution. See, we got to get that code, family.
Family, isn't that what he's perpetuate? Anger? Isn't that what he perpetuate? No solutions, anger, run the check, no real solution, no think tanks, no panels, no public forums. He just agitate. He just agitate the emotions of ignorant people. That's why this summer when I go on my lecture tour, my mini tour, I'm trying to
get as many dates as possible, I'm going to really talk about what codes we need to use.
You see? But where did he get that from? Where did he get that from? Where did he get that from? Let's talk about where he got that from. Family, where he got that from is, as we know, he got that from Neely Fuller. He got that from Neely Fuller. And he got that from Neely Fuller because at the time, he was a popular orator, if you will. You know what I mean? At the time, he was a popular orator. But let's see what Neely Fuller really meant about the code. See, and this is the thing. I like what my brother Mike said, people don't read. And so, listen, let's pull it up. Let's see what Neely Fuller meant about the code. The core principles of the code. Listen to the code. Racism is as a system. Fuller defines racism as a predatory control by one race over another. We're talking about a code. One race over the other, not a Nigerian over a Kenyan, not a Kenyan over an African in America, not a Haitian over a Jamaican. One race over the other. So the original blueprint of the code was to identify the racism that is perpetuated by one race over the other. And now listen to what Neely Fuller, how he defines it. For the purpose of economic, political, social, psychological advantage. So the code in which FBA is talking about has no relation to Neely Fuller. For the purpose of economic, political, social, and psychological advantage. So even when a person from Nigeria come out here and talk slick to us, they are off code. Even if they come here and talk slick to us, they are off code. We're not off code if we ignore it. They are off code. The code is not to attack the oppressed that is oppressed like you. That's not the code. The code is to identify the race that wants to be a predator over the other race. That's the code. So when FBA start talking this fictitious code stuff, they don't know what they're talking about. What they're doing is they're superimposing a code for an African in America to go against every African in the diaspora, but never go against the race that is the predator. They're not in code. They are off code, but what they do is they play the psychological warfare game. They say you off code. That's what they say. Listen, let's get with Neely Fuller. I got about 10 more minutes. It's not merely individual prejudice, but an organized, deliberate global system. Global system of white supremacy. This is what Neely Fuller talks about the code. Listen again. Fuller defines racism as a predatory control by one race over another race for the purpose of economic, political, social, and psychological advantage. It is not merely individual prejudice, but an organized, deliberate, global system of white supremacy. You can't say that you honor and follow Neely Fuller. You can't say that. And I like how Tandit 187 said, Pan-Europeanism. That's what it is. That's why they have the European Union. But then, check it out. It goes on to say, my bad. It goes on to say, let me elaborate just a second. The problem is justice. The ultimate goal is not to end racism, but to establish justice. As long as racism exists, any action not intended to eliminate it is considered a waste of time and energy. The ultimate goal is not just to end racism, but to establish justice. What is justice? Accountability for, he like to call the dominant society. It's accountability for the predator race. Goes on, awareness and identification. The code helps individuals recognize the subtle and overt codes of behavioral patterns. This is what we're doing here. We're looking at behavioral patterns, and we're able to identify a con man because we're looking at behavioral patterns. And that's why people say, why you keep talking about that? Why you keep talking about that? Why you keep talking about that? Because we're looking at behavioral patterns. So we can really learn from this. So we can identify this. Listen, family, I don't know who you are and where you stand at. Man, this goes into the universe. This goes into the universe. So this is a mental exercise, a psychological gymnastics of sorts to help us think so we can save and heal ourselves. That's what Moorish World TV does. Let's keep it going. Awareness and identification. The code helps individuals to recognize the subtle and overt codes of behavior patterns that maintain the system. FBA maintains the system of white supremacy. It doesn't benefit. Everything that FBA stands for benefit imperialism and white supremacy. Everything that they stand for, every principle that they stand for, attacking Haitians, it benefits what they call white supremacy. Everything, even calling yourself FBA, benefit white supremacy. Can you imagine that a European will call themselves WBA? A Chinese person calling themselves YBA, Yellow Black American, Yellow Chinese American? Can you imagine that? Like, forget about the lineage concept. Imagine a group of people calling themselves an acronym. Think about it. Imagine that. Imagine if Chinese people say, I don't want to be Chinese no more. I don't want to be Chinese no more. I identify as Yellow American. Can you imagine that? You would never see that in a million years. Because guess what? They tried to pull that on Europeans. Europeans tried to pull that on Chinese and Mongolians. They said the race chart was yellow, which was Mongolian, Chinese, and Asians. The brown people, they tried to pull that the people of Mexico and et cetera, they were the brown people. And then on the color code chart, you had the black people, and then you had the red people. Remember the Indians in America? They called them the red people. I mean, now it didn't stick. It held for a little bit, but today it doesn't stick because everybody else knows it insane. We're the only one that still hold on to the term black. With all due respect to anybody who haven't awakened to the term yet, they gave that to us. But the whole point that I'm making is don't worry about it. We all gonna wake up soon. We all good. Don't rush yourself. It's all right. We gonna get there. We gonna get there. But everybody else did not accept it. Chinese people did not accept yellow. Mexicans did not accept brown. The Native Americans, they literally was extinct. Many of them. Many of them was slaughtered and given smallpox. And those that was dark as us are so confused, it doesn't even make sense. But they give them the original ones the color code of red. But they didn't accept it. We the only one accepted black. We did. But they understand the psychology of us. So they can take us from that, and now we will accept this. But the code tells us that there's something going on. If we listen to Neely Fuller, the code tells us that this is an invert. How to say? A subtle and overt code of behavior patterns that maintain the system. It maintains the system, such as using coded language, denying racism exists, or blaming the victim. This is diametrically opposite of what FBA. Blaming the victim. They blame the Nigerian. They blame the Somalian. They blame the Haitian. They blame. This is Neely Fuller. This is Neely Fuller. Blaming the victim. Behavioral patterns that maintain the system, such as using coded languages. Coded language. FBA is a code language that's supposed to connect them to America, to legitimize themselves. Denying racism exists, or blaming the victim. Or blaming the victim. That's FBA. That's FBA all day. They blame the victim. That is being a predator. That's being a victim of the predatory control of another race. Peep this. Peep this. Precise communication. Listen to this. Precise communication. A shout out to Michael that was talking about, people don't read. I really agree with that, brother, because if they would read, they would see that they've been played. That's right. The More Us app was his first scheme on nationality, and we're going to get into that soon. Thank you for the super chat, brother, man. Listen to this. Precise communication. A critical aspect involves using precise and accurate words to articulate the mechanics and the crimes of racism to reduce confusion and foster clarity. FBA is a confusing term because it doesn't represent what lineage represent as defined by the foundation of where lineage comes from. Lineage represent a line taking you back as far as you can go. A lineage doesn't stop halfway. So many people understand, just in the sense of Tariq Nasheed, understand that many of us come from Africa by the way of the slave trade. So you would trace your lineage beyond the slave plantation over the Atlantic and try to rediscover your identity. That's what real lineage is. That's what true lineage is. Lineage doesn't stop halfway when you still got empirical data and more information to uncover. It doesn't stop like that. But anyway, it says a critical aspect involves using precise and accurate words. Lineage is not accurate to go into the plantation. To articulate the mechanics and crimes of racism, to reduce confusion and foster clarity. You follow me? To foster clarity. Now listen to this. Watch this, family. Watch this. This is Neely Fuller. Compensatory action. The framework calls for action that aim to provide equity and make up for the lack of justice caused by racism, economic, economic power, policy advocacy, community building. Show me FBA building economic power. There's one person that's benefiting from the FBA concept economically. And that is the one who's trademarked everything associated with it, from the flags to the deodorant to the name itself. Policy advocacy. Who is advocating for policy? What they do is they speak on things that is being talked about in civic circles, but they are not advocates. They're not advocates. They only talk about it to make it appear that they're advocates.
All right, I'm gonna wrap it up. To the brother, the Kennedy, that put a comment in the side chat. My brother put in the side chat, he said, with all that Tazaryach is saying, he said black people always sold each other into slavery. Remember that each kingdom did so. Well, let's talk about it, brother. I'm ready. Ready when you are. I'm here. So I'm going to wait for that brother to come on, and then I'm going to move on.
They only talk about reparations to make it appear that they're about reparations. So they do a reparations rally. You can't do a reparations rally on Saturday when D.C. is gone home. You do a reparations rally when D.C. and the Congress is in session or something. It makes it appear like they're doing advocacy. So everything that the elders told us, FBA goes against. Community building. What community is being built in the name of FBA? What Michael Smith says, and I agree with that. And he claims he's not a leader and yet acts like one, because any group, there is hierarchy. That is understood. So for people who say there is no leader, they are lost. Let me tell you why, Mike, and I agree with you 100%. Most people don't understand what a leader is. Dictators are bad leaders. But when you're fighting for a cause, a leader is like a funnel of a person. They funnel all the ideas and the concerns through themselves and articulate it for the people. So a true leader represents the people. They only are the voice of the people. They're not a leader for themselves. They're a leader to articulate the concerns of the people so everybody's not talking at once. So when someone says, I'm not a leader, that's because they don't want to take responsibility that comes with being a leader, and they don't want to be held accountable. So they can rake in all the money. They can rake in all the money in the name of all these copyrights and in the name of all these trademarks, but say, I'm not a leader. But just like Tanner say, he sets all the parameters for FBA. He the one defined with FBA. So if you're calling yourself FBA, remember, he's your leader. Last but not least, universal application. The code is meant to be applied by universal victims of racism in every area of activity, including economics, education, labor law, politics, religions, to create a collective effect against oppression. That is the real code. You hear what I say? That is the real code. The real code is not you attacking a Nigerian that attacks you. The real code is not you giving a Somali person the time of day that's talking ignorant to you. That's not the code. The code is to find a way to get the like-minded people, to find a way to get the like-minded people working together. That's the code. do everything possible to get the like-minded people to work together. Family, I might have to do a part 2 to this because I got a lot of more information to go that you haven't seen yet that I done dug up. Family, I might have to do a part 2 to this. Are y'all ready for a part 2? I'm going to rename it something else, but I got to do a part 2 because I got a lot of more that I can show you that this guy has remixed and flipped everything for his benefit just to get in a position to mislead our people. I might have to do a part 2. Remember when Tariq Nasheed thought he was an Olmec? I mean, y'all remember he thought he was an Olmec? Anybody remember? Press 7 if you remember when he thought he was an Olmec. This is the crazy part about these FBAs. Give me a second, family. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm going to get out of here. Remember when Tariq Nasheed thought he was an Olmec? Peep this. I'm supposed to believe a clown who trolls, who has to hide his identity online for decades over my own eyes. In this post, thank you so much, brother man. The glory of the kings, the welfare of his people. Absolutely. Yes, that's it, brother man. So somebody was telling him that we are not the Olmecs. Tariq Nasheed says, I'm supposed to believe that, what you're saying, instead of believing my own eyes. That's what he says. He believed he was an Olmec, or we are the Olmecs. Now listen, I believe that we are related, but hold up. Let's bring some clarification. Do you realize that the Olmecs are in Mexico? So are you foundational North American? What are you? This is where the Olmecs territory at. In Tabasco and Veracruz. But now you attack them. Now you attack them. You lump all of them into one batch. But at one point, you was claiming that identity. Hold on. You would go so far to say things like this. Even the real people in Mexico recognize the real. Okay. So you just anything you want to be at the hour when it's popular to be. That's what it is. Old Mac. That's a good one. You're anything you want to be at the hour. You know what I mean? You want to be. That's what it is. You know what I mean? Remember when Tariq thought he was a Mayan? This is the last one I'm going to do. I'm going to get out of here. Remember when he thought he was a Mayan? Look. There was a banana pack mural in South America that are centuries old that show that people with Africoid features and dreadlock hair. We also have to remember during the Inquisition, the Europeans deliberately destroyed almost all of the Moorish books. This when he was on his Moorish kick. The Moorish books, documents, and maps. So a lot of the scientific proof was deliberately destroyed, but there is still overwhelming evidence of Africoid people on this land. Okay. So how you flipping up now? Even whether you right, wrong, or indifferent about your concept about the Mayan people, whether they look Africoid or not. What happened? Because right after the Pan-African and the RBG conversation began to die down, many people started moving towards the Indian Native American conversation. And then after the Native American conversation, that became the next wave, came the ADOS and the FBA. Fam, we got to understand trends. We got to understand trends. We got to understand trends. And like Tad say, and now they say that they are tethers.
Ladies and gentlemen, I got a surprise guest in the building, Mr. Tazaryach Bey himself, Morris Science Temple of America. I got a question for you quickly, brother. Take 2 minutes of your time. Did you trace Tariq Nasheed? Is he a real FBA?
Nah, listen, at the end of the day, right, so what I did was I went to Ancestry.com, right? And so let me back up real quick. So nobody really knows who Tariq Nasheed is. Let's be clear about that. Nobody really knows definitively who he is, and this is why. So back in the day, they had people that would accuse him of being Marcus Sanders. Marcus Sanders was a guy that was caught up into this drug sting, and he would get locked up. He would get life, and then he would just go out. He would just leave out of the conversation. He would leave out of the conversation, and so on the internet, when Tariq jumps up, people would say that was him. And by all evidence that people have produced, it does appear to be him, allegedly him. However, what didn't add up to me was he will always say that this lady was his mother, and she looked nothing like him. He looked nothing like her. And then I discovered his father on the internet, who he does look similar to. So what I would do is I traced the lady. And I found out that the lady and him has no relation. Then I traced the father. And the father, I found his wife. His wife had transitioned. She passed on. And so after that, what I did was I went to Ancestry.com and I traced every record I could find. I could trace every record I could find. And one side takes him to I'm gonna say the West Indies. One side takes him to not Jamaica or nothing like that. Let me just say,
hell no, he ain't no Jamaican. He ain't no Jamaican.
No. I'm gonna say this. He has people that's from that area, but his direct lineage, it appears to be Haitian, and then he have another side that comes in through Louisiana, but they seem to be coming from. I know Haitian is a direct hit. That's a direct hit. You know what I'm saying? But then he have another one coming through Louisiana that appears to be. It appears. I can't be 100% sure, but appears to be connected to Cuba. But nevertheless, the Haitian connection is very, very, very. It's a direct hit. And let me explain this. This is why also was able to connect that his wife, her mother is European, but her father is of Haitian descent. And so in the earlier days, they would go to Haiti and do humanitarian type of nonprofit mission. So they would fake like they giving out. I don't want to say fake. They would say that they're giving out water for the Haitians. This is why he did the Haitian movie. If you remember, he did the Haitian documentary. So definitively, part of his people go to Haiti. But the whole thing about it is that the turn of the attack on the Haitians blows me away. Even in his house, you can see the picture behind him. He have a big picture in his house of the Haitian revolutionary. And I'm gonna let everybody go look it up for yourself. But I could actually do a show on your show and show you the actual Ancestry.com lineage trace. I got it all mapped out.
Does he trace back to 1860 census or 1870 census or whatever?
That's all a game, bro. That's all a game. That's something that I don't know how he put that together, because on the flag it says 1500s.
1526, yeah.
Then Yeah. He's talking about the 1500s. And then he says to be an FBA, you have to trace to the 1800 census or something like that. But he doesn't go there. He doesn't go there. Now, the lady that he says this is his mother, who's not his biological mother, she does. She's from Alabama. And it appears that whatever went on in Detroit, she adopted him for whatever reason. Now, I can do a whole presentation. You ain't got to say nothing. I can do a whole presentation on your show and break this down. People, so let me say this before I go, Garfield. Because I've been covering this for so long, people, like, it takes the sting out of it, and people like, oh man, he just hate Tariq. I'm saying just look at the receipts and decide for yourself. You can make your assessment of me all you want, but just look at the receipts. Ancestry.com is something that anybody can go to and figure this out. I just got to give you the name so you can go to it.
What's his real name?
Marcus Vincent Thomas. But this is where the mix-up comes up, because his father's name is Sanders, right? Mm-hmm. His father's name is Sanders. So when people was tracing the Marcus Sanders and making that connection, they felt it was a direct hit, which it might be a direct hit. But the Marcus Vincent Thomas come from the lady that adopted him. Her husband's name was Thomas. You follow me? Right.
I got you.
So he took on the name Thomas. And how do we know that? Because when he was making the music under Cosmo Flex, I got the ASCAP. So anybody that's in the music, you know music, Garfield. When one published their music and they put it into BMI or ASCAP, they use their real name. They don't use their stage name.
Right.
So I got the records from the BMI and ASCAP.
Damn. I hate to be your enemy, bro. I told him at the beginning of the show, yeah. I'm glad me and Tazaryach is cool, boy. I tell you.
And you know, Garfield, you've been in the music before. You know how that goes.
Yep.
If you want your money from BMI, you can't use a stage name.
You got to use your real name. That's right.
So you got to use your legal name. So I got the legal name, and I also sued him and won under that legal name.
Okay. That's solid right there. We don't need no more.
No, you can actually see it. You can pull up the court case. It has Marcus Vincent Thomas.
Oh man.
Pull up the court case. Tazaryach Bay versus Marcus Vincent Thomas for calling me a registered ex-offender. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Wow.
If you look it up. Yeah. I beat the case hands down against all of his attorneys. You know what I'm saying? So.
Hey, I want some of that money, man, because I've been backing you the whole time, man. $75, man. $75.
Let me tell you what they're doing right now. They're trying to do some loopholes. You know, like you can win a defamation case, but they still have remedy after you win. So they're going through these remedies, trying not to kick out the bread. But it's all good. You know what I mean? I'm a dance with it all the way to the end. I mean, I walked it down for 3 years. I'll walk it down for 3 more.
Yeah, that's what's up. Hey, listen, man. Anytime me and you stop talking, don't put out no pictures of me when I was in the NOI. Just promise me, all right? Don't put it.
You know you both solid, bro. You know you both solid, bro. But I'll never do that, bro.
Yo, them Israelites would get me, boy. They're like, yo, this is when Garfield was a Muslim, boy. I tell you, boy.
Man, y'all stay up, man. I gotta get to this class.
All right, bro. Thank you. Appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it. All right. That's Tazaryach Bay from the Moorish Science Temple. Check my brother out on Moorish World TV. Real good brother right there. All right. So let me get to something real quickly. I don't know if anybody, Nebraska, you want to jump on? Anybody want to jump on? The link is at the top. Let's go. Let's get this on because I'm about to show something else. Yeah, let me get this out the way.
Being God and see if you can beat yourself. And don't be afraid to go to them scriptures. The best scriptures to go to is them scriptures you ain't that good in. Because that's the scripture they're gonna come at you with. They gonna come at you like that. That Second Kings with the 42 and the 22 years. Man, that scripture there, it took a long time for me to understand that, because it looks like a contradiction at the surface level. But you can't run from that scripture. You got to go straight to that scripture. And here's another gift General Hyman taught me a long time ago. If you ever get hit with a scripture you don't know, this one you really got to have faith in the Lord. Like, y'all can't, like, I believe everything in the Bible. And I believe the Lord magically, I don't want to say magically, spiritually zaps me with information. I believe that. Can't nobody convince me otherwise. Because half the time in every debate, I get asked a question, probably 60% of them I never heard in my life. I only heard it in that battle. Now, here's what you do. Say if you're at camp, if you're in class or something like that, and they hit you with that scripture, like how hit you with that scripture, right? And you ain't sure about that scripture. Man, just ad lib. That's what I do. I ad lib. If I'll say, hey man, repeat that again. I'll make him repeat. Break that. Okay, and what this part mean? And what this part mean? Now, the whole time that I'm asking, being God, and see if you can beat yourself. And don't be afraid to go to them scriptures. The best scriptures to go to is them scriptures you ain't that good at. Because that's the scripture they're gonna come at you with. They're gonna come at you like that. That Second Kings with the 42 and the 22 years. Man, that scripture there, it took a long time for me to understand that, because it looks like a contradiction at the surface level. But you can't run from that scripture. You got to go straight to that scripture. And here's another gift General Hyman taught me a long time ago. If you ever get hit with a scripture you don't know, this one you really got to have faith in the Lord. Like, y'all can't, like, I believe everything in the Bible. And I believe the Lord magically, I don't want to say magically, spiritually zaps me with information. I believe that. Can't nobody convince me otherwise. Because half the time in every debate, when I get asked a question.
That's your boy, Mika. That's your boy. He getting information, man. Get zapped to it, man. That's your boy, man.
Listen, it seems like God been zapping him with a lying tongue, because that nigga be lying. Because, you know, that's crazy. Imagine believing you're getting zapped with information. You get zapped with information, Garfield?
No, ma'am. No, I don't get zapped. Nope.
You don't get. Yeah, that's my boy. But when you wrong, you wrong. I'm calling out wrong.
I don't know. When he used that word zap right there, it kind of got us jumpy and laughing at him. But I mean, I know what he's trying to say still. But at the end of the day, man, come on, Cap. Come on, Cap.
I don't know. He said what he said. He said he gets zapped with information, and you can't tell him nothing because he believed that, or whatever the case.
Hey, by the way, before we continue on Cap for a second, the video with Reggie and Priest Danyaahla, do you have it on your YouTube?
Yeah, I do. Is it which one do you want? Hold on. Okay, I think it's in the shorts.
When he called in the show for Reggie, and he was talking about the origins of the Bible and origin and all that stuff. The one that was on your timeline.
Right. I think it's in one of my shorts. If you let me see something. Yeah, it's in my short. Let me check. I'm trying to go over there. If you go, where is it? Oh yeah. It's in Priest Danyaahla. It says Priest Danyaahla. It's in one of my short. And I don't think that's is that all of it? Yeah, or
I gotta go on your timeline on Facebook then, because I gotta play the whole thing.
Okay, I think it's on the video then. Yeah, it's in my video. It said Priest Danyaahla. Yes, I have it there. It's 21.
Let's listen to this one more time, and I'll get this out of here. Cap got stuff zapped to him.
Being God, and see if you can beat yourself. And don't be afraid to go to them scriptures. The best scriptures to go to is them scriptures you ain't that good at. Because that's the scripture they're gonna come at you with. They're gonna come at you like that. That Second Kings with the 42 and the 22 years. Man, that scripture there, it took a long time for me to understand that, because it looks like a contradiction at the surface level. But you can't run from that scripture. You got to go straight to that scripture. And here's another gift General Hyman taught me a long time ago. If you ever get hit with a scripture you don't know, this one you really got to have faith in the Lord. Like, y'all can't, like, I believe everything in the Bible. And I believe the Lord magically, I don't want to say magically, spiritually zaps me with information. I believe that. Can't nobody convince me otherwise. Because half the time in every debate, when I get asked a question, probably 60% of them I never heard in my life. I only heard it in that battle. Now, here's what you do. Say if you're at camp, if you're in class or something like that, and they hit you with that scripture, like how hit you with that scripture, right? And you ain't sure about that scripture. Man, just ad lib. That's what I do. I ad lib. If I'll say, hey man, repeat that again. I'll make him repeat.
When he said repeat that, I know they got him in the debates. When I watch him in debates, he always say that.
How could you say, oh, you don't know the scripture? You are a teacher, but you don't know the scripture, and then you making up stuff and blah 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 blah.
Him making up, saying he making up, and he believe in the Bible is 100.
So also check the video. You're in the wrong place. You in check the video.
Shorts,
not the short video.
Let me get it right here. Our brother Reggie knows. Oh, Priest Danyaahla, right here, right? This one.
Yeah, right.
Right,
who said that? Oh,
Pandemos, come on, go ahead, Pandemos. What's up?
Peace and love, brother. Can you hear me?
Hi, Pandemos.
Yeah, you're good, bro.
Hey, Mika, how you doing, sis? Yeah, brother Garfield, man. I've been watching this whole show. The whole FBA thing was what really got me here. It seemed like the brother was actually cooking Tariq for a while. But the one thing that I don't really get with the FBA thing was two things. First of all, what really is their goal? But the one thing that really gets to me is like, yo, they be trying to act like Pan-Africans is against them. And I always ask them, like, I'm in an argument right now with somebody on one of your posts. Like, bro, what Pan-African told you that they was against what FBA is doing? Like, who is it? Shit, I'll be mad at them with you. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, you gotta word it properly. Pan-Africans support them trying to get reparations 100%. But the problem is there's nobody that's represent FBA per se that's going after reparations. What they're doing is publicizing a lineage, a delineation to say, hey, this is who should get the money. So pretty much there's 50 million people under the African American umbrella, right? So people like myself, I'm an African American, but I'm a citizen of this country. I was nationalized. So I shouldn't get reparations. I don't disagree with that. I agree with that. But they think, so what Tariq has done, he's a Pan-Africanist. Now he's found a new thing to raise money for him. Because all you got to do is follow the money. Every time a group form in the black community, just follow the money. He's selling hats. He's selling merchandise. The money is going towards him. He wrote a book about it. It's nothing. He has not publicized or put forward anything for anybody to get reparations. It's like when they went to the California Reparations Committee and he went to speak, the people got mad at him for being there because they know he's not a part of the movement. He's just there for show. So that's the problem. And he trademarked FBA. That's another red flag too.
Right.
Trademarking FBA. So with FBA, my problem is you ain't got to mention Jamaicans or Africans or Caribbean people and Africans. You don't have to. We support you in getting reparations. We support you 100%. But every time you bring it up and talk about Tariq, they think, oh, you don't want to. Tariq has not done anything, any policy or anything proposal to get you reparations except tell you hate Africans and hate Caribbean people. Right. He hasn't done anything. He hasn't put a policy. As much as I disagree with ADOS, at least ADOS, when they had that meeting with the Congresswoman, they changed the language because of ADOS. So it would include a lineage of the people that FBA is talking about. Right. So that I wouldn't get reparations. So I don't have a problem with that. But the issue is he's rebranding ADOS and calling it FBA when they're actually doing the same thing. And they're actually doing work to try to actually get the wording properly because nobody has no money to really go to Congress. This is why a couple of weeks ago I joked and said, I need to align with the gay mafia because the gay mafia is the one that's doing it. So at the end of the day, Artie, you got to come on and tell me what his position is.
Fam, I was really just about to say, so the whole identity and the name that you want to call yourself, it really do remind me of that trans thing. And it's like, fam, we actually don't mind you calling yourself FBA. Go live the FBA lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand why they want us to be mad at them. You know what I'm saying? Like every time you see one of them, you're like, yo, y'all just mad. Like, who is mad? Like, please tell me who is mad. So I will be mad at them with you. Every FBA listening, bro. Show me the Pan-African that's against you and that's mad for real. And I'll go stand with you against them because I need to see it. Because right now it is what everything is talking about.
Pandemos is one person I've ever heard say they hope they don't get reparations. That crazy guy. I forgot his name. He came on my chat. He can't come on here no more. He's from Jamaica, but he's a weirdo, man. I forgot what his name is. He's probably listening. He's the only person I've ever heard they don't deserve reparations. The only person. I've never heard a Jamaican say, yo, more them Yankee or them American, they don't get them reparations. I've never heard anybody say that.
And you already got rid of him.
In my life. Outside of that crazy dude.
And you already got rid of him, right?
I got rid of him. He can't come back on my channel.
All right. So who else y'all mad at? So Garfield can come get rid of him.
UB said, see that? American Dream. He can't come on my channel no more because he said that they don't deserve reparations, and I don't support that. So he's a Jamaican, I'm a Jamaican, and I don't support what he said because that's stupid. That's straight up stupid. So now when people hear we talk about Tariq now, they think, oh, they're hating. It's stupid. That's dumb. We are saying that you have not put a policy out. You have not said to Congress X, Y, and Z. Do you have a lobbyist? From you don't have a lobbyist, you have no talk. This is why HR 40 survived so long from 1989. You might not like the language in HR 40, which it changed because of what's her name, the ADOS. They changed the wording, so the wording is not a problem anymore. So HR 40, that sister died, Sheila Jackson. They marginalized her because she had a Jamaican father or mother. That is the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life.
Yep. And yo, like in Cobra and the Panthers and all of them that was behind the HR 40, those was all Pan-African organizations, just getting the ball rolling for who fucking deserved the actual reparation.
Like, so when I used to do my morning show, we used to call the congressman live. I said, why are you not supporting ADOSR reparations? I used to call him and put him on the spot. I've never seen Tariq do that. We was calling all the congressmen and say, yo, why? They used to ask, what zip code you calling from to see if we're a constituent. I was doing that. I didn't have to do that. I used to do it in the morning. Casimir Kennedy, what's up? You want to say something, bro?
Yeah, I want to say basically, from what I studied, the original FBAs were from an immigration past because Marcus Garvey was a Jamaican immigrant, and the list goes on because the original Black Americans did come from the lineage of African slaves. So I don't know why there's a beef between Black Americans supposedly and these Black immigrants called tethers, because they're really the same people one way or another.
Also, can I just say one other thing, Garfield?
1 second, also, let me respond to my brother real quickly.
Okay.
I'm going to say it, by far and large, we support our brothers who are trying to get reparations. I just don't like people to get gypped. And I see Tariq personally, I see him as a grifter in this situation because he has not done, in my opinion, and somebody could correct me, I have not seen anything progressive towards anybody getting reparations outside of the rhetoric. I've not seen anything. I might be blind. We can't say to people in Chicago getting reparations because of weed and all that stuff, and that includes Spanish people and probably Caribbean people also got reparations because of being because of the drugs and all that stuff. But anyway, those people have nothing to do with FBA per se as a platform. The California Reparations Committee has nothing to do with FBA per se. The people in Maryland, the people in all these cities, it's not FBA who is the torchlight for these people going for reparations. They're doing it locally because of NCOBRA, NARC, and other groups. ADOS, other groups. What I'm saying is, where is Tariq's platform saying, hey, we're going to go to this town in Shelton, Connecticut, and we're going to get reparations, and we're going to do da. I've not seen that. Maybe I'm out of the loop, but I have not seen that. All I've heard is that these people are trying to get our money. But look at it this way, 50 million Black people in America. 6 million out of the 50 million are Caribbean or African. We are not the problem. We are not the problem. You already have 44 to 43 million people who are going to get reparations. If the 6 million get squashed in I'm not saying look the other way, but I'm saying you're not even getting no money. You're not doing anything to get no money. So why are you arguing about the 6 million? What are you arguing about? But what happened is a lot of people have flipped from the FBA argument because they saw how the immigration was taking away all these Mexicans, right, and throwing them out. So what happened is when they started stopping African Americans or FBAs on the street and locking them up for no reason for being an FBA, it became a problem to them because they were cheering, yeah, ICE, until ICE started arresting people who were born here. So I would say to you, brother, I have no qualms with anyone who's an African American FBA ADOS. We support them. But stop. We not the problem. Caribbean people is not the problem. We not the problem. And it's really stupid. I'm gonna make one last point. Casimir, if I was born in Jamaica and I came here in 1834, am I now an FBA?
If you have legal documents and you become a citizen, I guess, yeah.
No. I'm saying 1834 while slavery was legal in this country. And I come here in 1834. Am I an FBA? Because remember, the British Atlantic slavery, intercontinental slave trade includes Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad, all these countries. So if they transport me as a slave and come here as a slave, am I now an FBA or am I a Jamaican?
You're Jamaican.
All right, watch this. If in 1874 or 1834, I'm transported, because remember, a lot of the British loyalists, tens of thousands of them, moved from America after the war, 1783 war. If I move, I was a slave here, had children here, I'm transported now to Barbados. Am I FBA or am I now a Barbados citizen?
You would be Barbados?
No.
You would be FBA. You would be
asking. Artie's funny. He said, yes, because by that time you lost your accent. That is funny. But it's just showing it the whole lineage argument, how it's crazy. But I'm gonna get let me get Pandemus and then Brother Law. Go ahead, Pandemus.
So I was just gonna say one other thing to the objections that I hear FBA with. Like, one of the things they always say is, what about, like Tazaryach was mentioning too, what about the Africans on the continent that say bad stuff about Black Americans? And to that point, I would say it's a lot of us, you know what I'm saying, that work in movements and organizations that actually do speak out to them specifically and against them when they do that, because it's supposed to be a unifying message. Pan-Africanism is supposed to unify us against, like he said, the code, against the racial oppression and things that are happening to us worldwide. So we got to educate our brothers over there too, the same way that Tariq knew that back then. I'm gonna clip this show up too, Garfield, because I'm just gonna start playing the Tariq clips to answer the FBA cast from now on, because clearly he knew what it was. So we just got to educate our people to get them right too, because it's all of us is messed up, bro. Dr. Joy DeGroy Ben said that, man. We got to get ourselves right, and that includes the people that we don't necessarily agree with. That's all I want to say.
But I would like to check on, how do Black Americans deserve reparations when their ancestors did make deals with the slave traders of Europe? They did sell their people into slavery. Each tribe was against each other. If you study the families of Creole people, they had Black slaves as well. So then, therefore, who deserves reparations when there's blood shed on everybody's hands, Black and white?
I got that question, right? First of all, we got to understand what you're saying. No African kingdom, I would jump out and say, hey, they worked out a deal per se. We got to be careful with that, because we're speaking broadly. Because if you think about it, look at the Mossi kingdom. It's in internal Africa. They were against it. Good morning, mommy. They were against the slave trade. They didn't partake in it. Not every African tribe did. With the Asante, with the Akan people, you had like the Fan tribe and the Ashanti. They were against each other, and they were prisoners of wars in their internal battle, and they would sell them to internal people who definitely took them on the slave ships. So I understand in that sense, but as far as the people who are being taken, as far as prisoners of wars, why shouldn't they get reparations? I don't get that point. They didn't ask to be here.
What about Creole people? Because they owned a lot of slaves in America. Not all Black Americans were slaves in America. So a lot of Creole people That's why if you study
We're not talking
beyond
about
slavery,
no. Let's be specific. We're talking about people who were enslaved. So you're saying that the ones who were freed all along shouldn't get reparations. How would they delineate or know the difference for those or not? That's a very good point. If that's what you're making, if that's the point you're making, that's a very good point. How do you differentiate the people who were actually free? And say, for example, you had Sephardic Jews who had children who looked like me and you, and they came over freely, and they're now in the African American culture. How would you differentiate them from the other people who were actual slaves? So that's a good point. Go ahead, Pandimas.
Oh no, I was done with that part right there. Yeah, I was gonna respond to what the brother said, but it's still, you know, the only answer that Pan-Africanism has to the question that the brother asked is, you know what I'm saying, together we got to sit down and come up with a response to that. We need to figure out who gets what, you know what I'm saying? And just like Garfield said in the beginning of this panel part, you know what I'm saying, it's a lot of folks that is on the Pan-African side that would admit that they're not necessarily entitled to reparations in America. So, but that's still, you know what I'm saying, don't tell them that they're not supposed to help fight for it. Like he said, he was calling the congressman. So the strength in numbers thing shouldn't be set to the side just for a title. You know what I'm saying? The enemies of our people, you know what I'm saying, they see us as one regardless. So we can figure out a way to answer all of these questions in-house amongst ourselves and come out on the other side, still being able to identify with whatever title we want to give ourselves, you know what I'm saying, and come out on the other side better. You know what I'm saying? But the divisive thing, we got to put that away. That's the thing that's the worst problem we have as a people, is we trying to find ways to separate. And that's anti everything.
So what up, Pam? What up, Garfield? What up, Brother Law? What up, me?
Peace, brother. Peace.
So I just wanted to ask a question real quick, if I could, because I keep hearing this term Pan-Africanism and Pan-African thrown around. What do y'all think Pan-Africanism is supposed to do? Is Pan-Africanism supposed to address reparations, or is it supposed to be about recognizing that we have a common connection and trying to work on that common connection that we have with the people from the continent of Africa?
It could be both. It could be both. Like, I just had a debate recently where I explained that Pan-Africanism is like it's a gradient. You know what I'm saying? It's not just one fixed thing. Like, so you could be mildly Pan-African and just change your name to something that's African sounding or something. But then you could also be fighting for real revolution. You know what I'm saying? With arms. So it's like, as long as you want a mission to better our people, and we know who our people is, it's who identifies as us. You know what I'm saying? As long as you want a mission to better us, that's Pan-Africanism to me.
But hold on a second. Brother Law was waiting for the longest. Brother Law, what's up? Go ahead, my brother. I just got checked by Mika. So, yeah. Brother Law, you up, bro.
First and foremost, peace and blessings to everybody in the chat and in y'all brothers and sisters that's on the panel and your families. I mean, for the most part, what I basically wanted to say was, and I've been saying this on numerous occasions when I had conversations on Sinai's channel with Brother Reggie and a couple other brothers. That being the case, this just address it for what it is. This is a spinoff from the Arab movement. The movement that they have is primarily on the internet. Where is the coding? Where's the case laws? Where's any of that information that can be seen publicly for anybody to overlook and see it? They don't have it. This is just an internet hustle. It's a trap. Let's just call it for what it is.
Hello?
They want to glorify it, just say it's FBA this and FBA. It's not about none of that. It's a hustle. Let's just call it for what it is.
Yeah.
I can't believe that brothers and sisters keep pushing this narrative out to each other, man. It's foolishness.
Everything is a hustle.
Okay, if you have a movement and you're putting forward documentation towards the courts and you're trying to do this or tell them that, show forth the evidence. I should be able to jump online, pull up the case numbers or pull up the case laws and look at it.
Facts. I need somebody from the FBA group to jump on though to defend the argument because I have some questions. But I'll wait for them to come on. But in the meantime, let me play this video and wait for them to jump on so we could keep the show moving. All right.
I won't speak.
Priest Danyaahla's in the building. My main man is in the building. What up, Danyaahla?
I can't call it. What's up, Sam? Peace to you.
What do you think about Reggie dropping this information?
Well, let me first of all say this. I haven't spoken to Reggie in a long time, so peace to the good brother Reggie, who I have many times in the past said both privately to him and publicly that I respect that brother. I respect his intelligence. I respect his acumen. I respect his research. But it doesn't mean that you're right about everything.
No.
And hold on, Reggie. And even the best researchers are wrong sometimes. And so it's good to have a level of humility, even when you're bringing out information in case what you're saying is not 100% factually correct. And there's a sort of air of arrogance in your speech to Brother Bakwash in terms of your research versus his. And that's why I came on the panel. I've heard you say a couple of things, and I'd like to give you the floor to kind of teach the family and teach me as well. So you mentioned Polycarp. You asked what was his role in putting the Bible together. I say he didn't have a role, but you mentioned it more than once. So what source can I read? Can you cite for me that Polycarp was involved in putting the Bible together? I'm listening.
Go ahead, Dr. Reggie.
Yeah. So before Polycarp, right, there's Justin Martyr Origin, right? So you definitely have a right.
Now, they're talking about church history as far as the 2nd century. For those who don't know, Polycarp was a friend of who was he a friend of? Ignatius or one of them? Yeah, Ignatius. So for those who don't know Bible history and how the Bible was put together and compiled, Polycarp played a role as far as tradition and quoting scripture, looking back into it. But he didn't play a direct role of compiling the books together into a canon. So now when he asked Reggie that, it was a gotcha question because Reggie is wrong. And this is the problem. If I was there, Priest wouldn't even get on the panel, by the way, if I was over there on Sunday. The issue is this, right? He asks him where he says Origin is almost 100 years after Polycarp. So he made an error in his response, and we got to clean that up. We got to clean that up. No matter if me and Reggie is cool, we also got to clean up the history right. So Priest knows the history. I know the history. Reggie knows the history, but he's probably not realizing. Sometimes when you're under pressure, you fumble the ball. This is what's so great about the being on YouTube live with people. They could get you with the gotcha. So let's rewind a little bit, and we're gonna correct the mistakes that Reggie's making.
Go ahead, Dr. Reggie.
Yeah. So before Polycarp, right, there's Justin Martyr Origin, right? So you definitely have a right to ask me about Polycarp. Polycarp's role is in theology, right? So let me just pull up from my paper. So you can't separate Polycarp with from the rest because they all had different theological differences, right? He appears, of course, in later Christian history.
One thing we can't do live when we're on YouTube because we have egos and we're men. We don't like to say, you know what, I'm wrong. We can't say that. We can't say I don't know and I'm wrong. We have a problem doing that. We want to be perfect in an imperfect sense, in an imperfect world. I mean, we want to be 100% correct. We can't be wrong. So when he says this now about Polycarp, I don't even know why he went there. He should have been like, you know what, bro, you're right. Because the first person that had something to do with a canon was the guy, the Diatessaron, where the guy put the 4 gospels in a row. That's the first time we had something of a canon being formed. The 4 gospels were put together in what's called the Diatessaron. And that was around 160 to 170 AD. Then Irenaeus now put 22 books together, including those 4 Gospels. And that's when you had the first canon as a template of a canon for the early church.
Right? But he becomes the Bishop of Smyrna, right? And so then he becomes a 2nd century apostolic father, right? So then now we go into how the church migrates from the 1st century to the 2nd century and forward. But he is, how can I say, they say Polycarp is a key early witness to the Bible and apostolic teachings, right? So
basically, family, what Reggie is saying is he agrees with me. Polycarp didn't really have anything to do with putting the Bible together. But continue, brother, continue.
Okay, so now let's go back. Okay, that's
and y'all coming in cotton.
Now we can move on to Origin. We can move on to Origin next. What role did Origin have in putting the Bible together? I'm listening.
Okay. Origin came up with Justin Martyr, the fact that Israel, the old Israel,
See, now he's making more errors. Origen is like 100 years after Polycarp. He and Justin Martyr didn't do anything at all. Reggie fumbled the ball, man. He was put under the fire and fumbled, man. He knows the stuff, but he fumbled because I guess he got a little bit nervous.
And the Hebrews are of the flesh, and that the new Israel, the true Israel, right, is those who accept Christ. So then when they do that, then they are themselves separating, well, they bring in the Gentiles into the church. That's what they're doing. They're bringing the Gentiles into the church because the old doctrine was you had to be all those customs. So all those customs went away. So the new Israel are Hellenistic Gentiles that believe in Christ. None of them is from the flesh.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what Brother Reggie has told us is that Justin Martyr and Origin brought in a new theology, but he didn't mention anything about them being responsible for putting the Bible together. So that's 3 so far. You know, baseball, 3 strikes. Hey, Reggie, in baseball, 3 strikes and you're out. Now, let me ask you a question.
Wait,
do you know the difference? Do you know the difference between?
Hold on, Reggie. You gotta let him finish. He's talking now, brother.
Hey, Reggie, do you know the difference between the early church fathers, the anti-Nicene church fathers, and the post-Nicene church fathers? Because the church fathers are stratified into 3 groups. You have the early church fathers, the anti-Nicene church fathers, and the post-Nicene church fathers. Do you know the history between the 3 groups?
Let's bring it out, Reggie. Bring it out, baby. Let's go.
Yeah. So the early church fathers.
Reggie, remember that summer night when Danyaahla and Hashar had you trapped? They surrounded you. Use that thought. Remember.
What,
back right now. Get them ready.
In the Passover?
Yes. Right? Yes. Okay. No,
at the park that night, Rich. At the park that night.
At the park, at the cookout.
The cookout he's talking about.
No, they didn't have me. Oh, that brought on Kim on trial that was their disaster.
No, they had you surrounded at the park, remember?
Yeah, for the ones who followed Paulinian doctrine, and they put together the chapters in the Bible, right? In summary, the 2nd century church fathers, what they're doing is they are still being persecuted, but then the church, the emperor, at some point begins to accept aspects or relax on them, right? But the early first church fathers, they are the ones who, in fact, began to compile the New Testament. The Hebrews now, that's on another path. That path had started earlier with the Septuagint, right, in Greek. All right. And they were, I'm not going to say that they were Hellenized. I'm not going to say that, but I'm going to say that they're Hellenized because they were in control of Ptolemy Philadelphus, right? And so he wanted that book, their story, in his library. So thus and thus the Septuagint came from. But what the early church fathers do is begin to look at the Bible through the eyes of Christianity and not through the eyes of the Hebrews. Now I think
the difference is, I think where the disconnect between you and I are, and again, I mean no disrespect, because as I mentioned, you're very intelligent and you're good researchers, so I don't have any problems with what you're saying. But I think the disconnect between what I'm asking you and what you're talking about their theology. So let me explain some things to you as far as my research is concerned, because I've been in this thing a long time, and there's no way that I wouldn't research things that you're saying that we Israelites don't research. There's no way. So the three main manuscript families, you have the Byzantine manuscripts, those are the manuscripts that were found in Europe. You also have manuscripts that were found in Syria, right? That's where you get your Textus Receptus from. And you have manuscripts that were found in Egypt. In all three manuscript families, you had many, many copies of these manuscripts, especially of the New Testament. There were many copies. So yes, the church fathers were in possession of some of the copies, but they didn't have all the copies. There were other copies. That's why today, a lot of copies of these manuscripts are in museums, because the church never had hegemony over those manuscripts to begin with. So what happened was, certain ecumenical councils were called, as you mentioned, which is correct. Certain ecumenical councils were called, and they took votes on what books were going to be accepted as canon and which ones were not. And the ones that were not accepted as canon, you had certain popes that made papal bulls that decreed that anybody that was found in possession of these manuscripts that the church fathers did not accept as canon, those manuscripts should be burned, and that man or woman should be burned at the stake. That's what happened. So what Bakwash is saying is 100% correct in terms of not having respect for the church fathers, because the church fathers decided what books were going to actually be considered canon, and then anybody that didn't agree with them was put to death. We can't support that. We cannot and do not support that whatsoever. But they had nothing to do with what was written on the pages of the manuscripts. All they did was decide what the theology that comes off those pages should be. That's what the church fathers did, and that is our disconnect or disagreement with what you're saying. I yield.
And it's a healthy disagreement that for the first time we are going to really explore, right? See, one thing about Danyaahla is Danyaahla can put together a major conference, right? Like myself, one of the biggest conferences. So now here's the problem, Danyaahla. Okay, who wrote the Bible? Well, of course, the Bible comes about by some writings that come over time from Moses, right? He's a key writer of the Bible, right? You have, and then you have people that are supposed to be witnesses, but Moses does the biggest writing of the Bible, the biggest writing. Problem is that we can't find hide nor hair that Moses existed, right? So you could accept that Moses is a writer of the Bible, but we can't find hide nor hair of a Moses until roughly the 4th century. And then we see, and then we have problems in scholarship because the Passover that the Hebrews in Elephantine seem to be a different Passover. So in history, we just can't find Moses anywhere. But Moses is a key writer of the Bible, right? So, and his story is copied, and they copy, and then there's copy errors, and then they're competing with Hellenism. So can you, since we're talking about the writers of the Bible, can you verify the Exodus, right? Because a big part of it is this whole story of the Exodus, right? Well, let me not ask you that. What was the God of Moses?
God of Moses was Yahweh, the God of the Bible.
The God of the Bible. Okay. And he led his people out of Egypt.
Okay, now I don't know if that was me or you, but you kind of stepped out for a second. He led his people what?
And Moses led his people out of he led his people out of Egypt. Is it
Correct. According to the Bible, yes.
According to the Bible, right? According to the Bible. Okay. Was El and Yahweh, were they worshipped in multitude in Egypt?
Yes.
According to what?
According to history, according to scholars, that's what they say.
No, there was no El. Everybody search right now. Ask, was El and Yahweh worshipped by the multitude in Egypt?
Bring it out. Bring it
there
out.
Was nobody. There was. So you're telling me that in Egypt,
you know, Reggie ran away from the origin and early argument and ran all the way to the Exodus 2,000 years earlier. That's crazy work, yo.
But the truth is, black people don't have the real Bible because the real Bible was written only in Hebrew. So why are they trusting in a Caucasian?
New Testament wasn't written in Hebrew, brother. But Kazmir, let's deal with this after I finish with the video. All right, I got you, my brother.
There was no place where Yah was worshipped. Okay, but here's the question I'm asking you though. We've transitioned now from who put the Bible together to talking about the Exodus. Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
I'm curious because I'm wondering the line of questioning is kind of throwing me off a little bit because we started off talking about the Bible, and I was even walking with you when you spoke to me about whether Moses existed or not. I even could accept that as being part of the conversation too. But now we're talking about the Exodus, so it's like I don't know where we're going with this. But go ahead, bro.
Okay. Well, the problem is even though they're the church fathers, they are also the scholars of the day, right? Now, they do have elements of writing, right? And really, the biggest writing.
Hey, Reggie, hold up. I think you got to remember who Danyaahla is. This is not no goddamn apostle, brother.
No, Danyaahla
You're not talking to apostle, bro.
No, and I don't talk to him like that.
You're not talking to Judah Naz. You're not talking to them dudes, man. This is that dude when it comes to Israel. You know, he's one of the elders in this thing that been doing this for years. So you got to come correct when it comes to Yara.
Danyaahla's history is incredible, right? It started all around, I guess, 1988, 87. He was originally one of the One West, how can I say, students being trained by the leaders.
That's right.
He roomed with General Yohana.
That's right. He was there with General Yohana. He was there with GMS. I'm talking about the heads of these guys. He wasn't a pawn. He was there.
So,
right?
So
on equal level.
Oh, definitely equal levels, right? And so he was involved in this the split, right, where Captain General Yohana left to Philadelphia. I don't know what side he was on, but I also know that he began teaching.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is just come correct.
Real quick, if I may, Sonetta, Reggie, give me 1 second, if I may. I told Sonetta before I came in, Reg, that I'm actually doing laundry.
Right.
So I don't want to suspend the conversation without you getting your point out. And we always can have, I'm actually coming back on Sonetta's channel this week. So if you don't get everything out in this particular conversation and you want to come on when I'm on, we can continue. But go ahead and get your question out that I got to go fold clothes, bro, unfortunately.
Yeah, he did tell me
Let's
that.
see, I want to come help me fold my clothes, man. But go ahead, Reg. What you got?
No, it's really simple because Danyaahla is nothing to play with, just like Pastor Bennett is nothing to play with. Everybody else you can definitely play with, but they don't, because they don't know and they don't have the experience. Danyaahla looks way younger than he really is. Now, let's get back to this. So we have to question about the writers of the Bible, right? That's the first thing. But what
Kazmir, go ahead. What you wanted to say, bro? Kazmir Kennedy, what's up?
Cory Holcomb just got humiliated and exposed really, really, really badly. Like at this point, I don't know where Cory Holcomb goes from here because every episode he does, he makes himself look even worse. And like most things, Cory Holcomb, as of lately, it's all self-inflicted. So Cory Holcomb, right, really put his foot in his mouth this time around, man. On his last podcast, his last couple episodes, I would say, he'd been picking a fight with a literal lawyer called the lead attorney. And the crazy part about it, the attorney gave Cory a pass. He probably realized, man, Cory a little slow. He's not that bright. You know, he's probably getting himself in a lot more trouble than is really worth as of now. He got way too many enemies. I don't really need to follow on Cory Holcomb. Going to end himself. So Cory took the lawyer's goodwill for weakness. And instead of taking a good grace and goodwill, Cory came back to pop it further about the lawyer. So it all started on his podcast a couple of episodes ago where Cory Holcomb was apparently mad at the attorney for speaking on or criticizing Cory for harassing Anton Daniel's daughter and dissing her for her looks, even though she's not even 18. Like, she's an underage, a very young girl that Cory Holcomb was harassing and calling her ugly on his podcast, right? You know, comparing her to animals. So Cory was already mad about that, right? But Cory, instead of addressing that, decided he was going to paint the attorney as a liar.
Talking super crazy like he is a lawyer. You all gonna see. You all gonna see. Leading a nigga law. We had him up here and we all went to get something to eat. Leading a law be talking mad shit and lying. Because I don't normally watch, but I keep seeing stuff. So I'm like, let me see what this is. And when I saw it today, he didn't do it on his YouTube. This is bait. They think I'm smart enough to say their name. I mean, they think I'm dumb enough to say their name. Everybody know who we talking about. Lead in a nigga law is part of the crew to come at a. Yeah. Y'all was with me the whole time we saw him. Did we do anything to that man?
No.
I thought we showed him love.
Right.
Yeah. Man, this lying like a on the internet. This telling people, yeah. So I called Cory's lawyer and I told Cory's lawyer that Cory said I could talk to you. I'm like, man, what is wrong with this man? Why is this man lying?
Cory and lead attorney were cool. They were friends before this. Like, lead attorney came and did Cory Holcomb's podcast. And because the lead attorney dared to criticize Cory Holcomb is now calling him, you know, homosexual, playing with his name, changing his name up to allude to him being homosexual because he criticized Cory Holcomb talking about another man's daughter, right? Now, the lead attorney didn't say that he called Cory. He says that Cory gave his lawyers permission to speak to him. Cory gave his attorney permission to speak to him. Now, the lead attorney heard this, he's seen this, but he didn't really react to this. He never really addressed it. He kind of just wanted to move on, right? Him and Cory Holcomb, I guess, had a relationship at some point. So if they not get along or if Cory is mad at him, he don't really need to respond back, right? So because the lead attorney didn't respond back to Cory Holcomb dissing him and playing with his name and being disrespectful, Cory Holcomb responded back again on the next podcast, calling him out for not responding. So when he responds, it's a problem. When he don't respond, it's a problem. So Cory then continued to play with this man's name and call him a liar again because the lawyer chose not to respond back to Cory Holcomb.
All you bloggers who think you can get rid of Cory Holcomb like that, I beg to differ. Like, what you're doing, how you're riding the wave of mainstream media against Cory Holcomb because of envy, because, you know what I'm saying? If I said it, it's true. I got to make an example out of this. I said something against this guy that came up to our show. His name, I'm going to take the chance and say his name. His name was the lead attorney. I said something about him because I saw him say, oh, Cory said it's okay for me to talk to his lawyer. Now, Ever since I said what I said about the lead attorney, I haven't seen him say anything back. And it is my opinion. The reason he didn't say anything back because I didn't lie on him. I did not give him permission to talk to my attorney about nothing. And he said I did. And I believe he saw that and knows that to be true, which is why he isn't going all out his way to act like Cory Holcomb is not the man that he say he is. That's what I believe. I believe he has some type of moral strand inside of him that knows I wasn't lying on him. I didn't give nobody permission to do nothing.
Cory could have let this go, but Cory decided he didn't want to let it go. You came on 1 week and you called this man a liar and out of his name because you were angry. And then you came back for a second week and called him a liar again. He took the kindness for weakness, right? So the attorney was now forced to respond back. And when he responded back, he exposed Cory Holcomb and his team. Humiliated Cory Holcomb, because either A, Cory Holcomb is a liar, or the lawyer that he presented and was crying to on his podcast is a liar. But either way, the liar is not the attorney, it's his team.
So you're upset with me because I said on a live stream that you had given me permission to talk to your attorney, that you had cleared that interview. So we're going to see right now whether you cleared it or not. And let me say, I have been on YouTube for about 5 years, and I don't think I have ever done this. I have never gone back and showed receipts. I have never showed DMs because I haven't needed to. I'm not like some of these other YouTubers out here who just talk to talk. I take this very seriously. I take my reputation very seriously. And if you're up on your show calling me a liar, well, we're going to get to the bottom of it. Let me show you something right quick, Cory. Do you know who this gentleman is right here, Cory? This is your attorney. After your live stream where you and him talked about the Christina Payne situation, I hit him up. I said, hey, can you come on my channel? Can I interview you? Because I'll be honest with you, Cory, between me and you, I think you're getting a raw deal out of this Christina Payne situation. Should you have mushed her? No. Should she have touched you or whatever she did to you, hit you? No. Everybody should keep their hands to themselves. But people trying to paint you out to be a woman beater for the Christina Payne situation alone, to me, is a stretch.
I don't think it's a stretch, not one bit. And this is what makes this situation even sadder for Cory Holcomb. He's isolating his allies. This dude is literally one of Cory Holcomb's allies on YouTube. This is a dude who has been pretty fair in covering Cory Holcomb, has been pretty charitable in covering Cory Holcomb, but because he refused to be a D-Rider, he refused to be a yes man, Cory Holcomb blasts him, Cory Holcomb tries to humiliate him, Cory Holcomb tries to attack him. But this time around, it looks like Cory Holcomb has crossed a line that he can't come back from, because now the attorney is going on the attack. Okay. Now, the attorney shows messages of him DMing back and forth with Cory's attorney. And how do we know this is Cory's attorney? Because Cory brought him on stream and literally cried to this dude and claimed that this dude was saving his life. Well, the messages that the attorney is about to show proves that he didn't lie at all. That either Cory is lying or Cory got to fire his attorney because the attorney ain't trustworthy.
So I hit up your attorney. Your attorney gets back to me. What does he say? Let's look down here. He says, good day, counselor, and great hearing from you. Let me check with Cory and I will follow up with you. See, this is exactly what I was talking about. Good attorneys have to check with the clients. Your attorney can't just agree to be on my show without talking to you to appear on my show. He has to clear it with you. Also, let me say that your attorney can't clear this interview with Craig. He can't clear it with Darlene. Both of them are integral parts to your show. They're very important people, but your attorney represents you and you alone. So the only person that can give him permission to talk to me is you. So he says right here, he says, let me check with Cory and I will follow up with you. But Cory, what do you think he responds? What do you think he says to me? Let's scroll down and take a look. He says he's going to check with you. And then a day later, he says, I am cleared to speak with you. That means he checked with you, checked with Cory, and now he's cleared to speak with me. So now, Cory, who is the liar? It's either you or it's either your attorney. This is why I didn't say anything, because I didn't want to embarrass you. I didn't want to have to go go and show DMs. Your attorney right here in black and white is saying that you gave me permission to talk to him. He can be on my show. I can interview him. And you were the only person that can give him that permission. This is what it says in black and white. But what are you going on your show and saying?
People, and this is how you go from being a reputable character online to exposing, humiliating, and ruining your credibility in 24 hours. This is how you do it. And the thing, and the worst part about
even a man like me, who I don't walk around living in fear, but I fear for my life now.
A few days ago, I was just sitting back, minding my own business, when something came up pretty interesting. The email came from a subscriber. It says, for context, Cory is the same man that defended R. Kelly, a known purveyor of teenage cheeks. Shaking my head. Cory's going out bad, bro. He's gonna melt down tonight. So I didn't go do any research just yet, but I did check out the live stream that was going on Tuesday, and this is what Cory stated.
Even a man like me, who I don't walk around living in fear, but I fear for my life now because I see what has been said about me, and they are desperate to bring me down because the word has been thrown in the mix.
He would then continue.
I am no pedophile. I have never been accused of being a pedophile. I have never had charges of being a pedophile. This is something that's coming from the mass media, TMZ. Ever since they said what they said, they trying to get at me for real.
So Cory Holmcomb is being called and of course, this is sort of the first time that I have been hearing it. There are clips on TikTok in which people were talking about it. And the most disturbing one was this.
For real, one day I was living with this lady and her daughters crawled in the bed and I ain't have on shit.
Yeah.
I was up under the cover.
Wow.
And I was like, oh shit. And one of her daughters was like,
rest in peace.
Her daughter was, she was in high school. I think she was 15. Still not legal. You just can't tell your true thoughts.
Now, this clip is controversial because it's coming from Cory Holcomb's own mouth, where he said some young teenage ladies tried to sleep in the bed. At least one of them was a teenage lady that was underage, and he can't really say his true feelings, whatever that meant. But for most people, like scrutinizing this, outside of all of the other problems that Cory Holcomb has had with Christina Payne, with Anton Daniels, and the wife and daughter, people are saying, well, why didn't you just get up? Why didn't you just leave? What else happened? So now, because of these clips and more, and there are many more, people are tying Cory Holcomb to the people thing, okay? And not only that, people are now looking at his previous relationships to another person who was convicted of such a charge, which is R. Kelly. Now, Cory Holcomb, along with many other celebrities and other people, felt that R. Kelly, in many cases, got a bad shake or a raw deal. Not to say that R. Kelly was not guilty of some of these things, but people felt that, hey, this is a raw deal, okay? And this is something that Cory Holcomb was very adamant on.
It's worth $1 billion. I believe that's why my brother in jail. If your catalog is worth something gonna happen to you. R. Kelly didn't just write R. Kelly songs, wrote songs for Michael Jackson. This law that they got is a law where they just get you to be the witness against you. I don't like the fact that they got this man locked up on them charges they got him locked up on.
So Cory makes some pretty interesting points, at least to the point that you can speculate, like one of the reasons why they may want his stuff is because of his catalog. This happens to other people. This happens to other celebrities. So some of this stuff is just kind of made up, and, you know, it's kind of a conspiracy theory against, you know, R. Kelly. And even Cory Holcomb has said what's happening in his life is a conspiracy theory against himself. Very similar to what happened to Malcolm X, what happened to Martin Luther King, what happened to Michael Jackson. He's putting himself in the limelight of people in the past who have experienced such circumstances from the quote unquote people or the hidden hand of power or the quote unquote government. This is what he's been saying, all right? But not only this, Cory Holcomb has also accused other people of being involved in the same thing people are accusing him of.
Y'all talk all that shit about R. Kelly. Beyonce was on that island where they was kids. Beyonce was on island. Beyonce.
Now, here's a danger in my honest estimation. Cory Holcomb is saying that Jay-Z and Beyonce are involved with Epstein, okay? Now, the problem with running your mouth, which is what he says about us, is he has no actual proof that Jay-Z or Beyonce were doing anything on Epstein Island or the Epstein files. I'm not sure. Maybe they did. I don't know. But you don't know where they were doing, what happened. He doesn't know, okay? And he's saying that this is what happened as if it's factual. Now, the problem is that Cory Holcomb is actually on record for saying some things that a grown man should never say about kids. Now, again, I don't think that Cory Holcomb is a person that, engages in this activity. I don't, right? I think that if he was by now, we would have known about it because he has so many enemies. And I think that somebody would love to bring him down. However, he is attributing the same thing to Beyonce, and he's also attributing the same thing to Jay-Z with no actual proof, no actual paperwork. And again, the same person who says somebody else is trying to bring them down, this is what he's on his show saying about another entertainer. Then there is the evidence of the phone call that he had with R. Kelly. Now, both of them are from Chicago. And to prove that R. Kelly was who he said he was, R. Kelly started doing this.
Brother Rob.
All right, to finish, bro.
Oh yeah. It's all good, man. Give it to me. I want you to get it out.
You don't want to find out the hard way. Listen to the song while the record plays.
So that's R. Kelly singing. We know that that's R. Kelly's voice. But then R. Kelly had a request towards the end of the phone call.
That's why I want everybody to write to the Department of Justice. 950 Pennsylvania Avenue, NW, Washington, D.C. 20530. And I gave you guys the number to the search warrant. You can look it up yourself. It's public knowledge. It was sealed at first. Now it's unsealed. I got 30 seconds.
Hey, brother, when I tell my people about this, they're going to write because nobody likes the way the system is playing you and anybody else by creating crooked laws inside of the alleged good laws. So, brother, it's all good. I'll talk to you soon, Kels. I'm always open for you.
So what people are going to say is, all right, Cory, you have these questionable comments. You are on record a few times defending R. Kelly. Now, I'm going to answer it from a man's point of view. Is it possible that women target you? People bring their, daughters, whether they're 18 or under, to you, do things like that? That's crazy. Sure. I remember Alan Roger Curry telling me when he went to the University of Indiana and Playboy came there to, do some auditions, that there were parents bringing their daughters to pose for Playboys. These are white people, right? So is it possible that people's parents accept money from R. Kelly, take them there, and they are basically trying to lure R. Kelly into situations in which maybe he didn't know the age, in which certain things happen? Is that possible? I'm pretty sure that is possible. But what is also possible is that R. Kelly was not innocent in his own right. And so that's the problem that Cory Holcomb is facing, is that while R. Kelly could have been targeted by being a wealthy man, by younger women or their families, it would not remove any responsibility, or it doesn't remove the responsibility that R. Kelly had to say no or to stop doing what his behavior was. And there was too much evidence against him. And then you have Cory Holcomb standing 10 toes down. So the next question is, why would Cory Holcomb stand 10 toes down with a person like R. Kelly? What's the incentive? And the incentive is that people are going to say, well, because Cory Holcomb and R. Kelly are on the same type of time. All right. Now, it doesn't mean that Corey Holcomb is on the same type of time of R. Kelly, because people are now studying Corey Holcomb's old tapes. And this is what happens simply when you have enemies. When you have enemies, when you go to war with people, when you do things, when you always at war with everybody, Joe Budden, Kearney, Hokey Dokey Jackson, Anton Daniels, people then get motivated to come up and find out things that you said in the past, which brings larger attention, and then they try to connect the dots. And so now you become a spectacle, because now you start mistreating Darlene, you start doing all kind of crazy stuff. Then you have the whole situation with Christina Payne. The walls come tumbling down, and then now you're afraid for your life. So these things start to happen all because you got enemies. We all make mistakes. And every YouTuber who has been on the platform for a decade or a half is going to have something online that they wish they would not have said. They could take it back. Okay? All of us. There's nobody that's been online that's made as many videos that you made a wrong take. You made a wrong error. You're going to make a mistake, huge mistakes, within 10,000 videos. You're supposed to learn and grow from those things. That's the whole point, right? And to where you don't make those mistakes anymore. But when people hate you and you cause enemies, you cause people to hate you, you want to go to war with everybody. So now people start spinning their own narratives and start trying to tie you to stuff. So now people are calling you that. And it's not uncommon for YouTubers to be called all sorts of names. I mean, when you beef with people, and I have before too, people come after your family, people call you names, people call you what they're calling him. People say you're drug dealing, people say that you're scamming. I mean, I've been called all kind of stuff myself, right? But at the same time, you know, it's easy to see what is the truth and what is not the truth over time. The problem is when you have so much heat and so many enemies every freaking day, now people who are motivated to hate you want to believe it. Like, oh, he did say this. How could he say this? Now, again, before he could say, oh, well, he's a comedian. He's just telling a bad joke. He's telling the bad joke. That's all it is. He's telling the bad joke, and we should forgive him for this bad joke because this bad joke is terrible. That was before. Okay? That was before. Now, we out here down bad, and it's you looking like you don't got no sense. This is the problem. So, guys, what do you think? It's your boy, Shady Jackson, back at it again with another episode of The Celebrity Junk. I appreciate you for all that you do. Subscribe to the bell. We're out.
You know what I'm saying? If I said it, it's the truth. I got to make an example out of this.
All right, guys. So Corey Holcomb is about.
Sometimes on Fridays as well. In fact, tonight's presentation is relatively new to exploring this bigger. With you guys' help, we'll be able to grow and be careful in the comment section, because you know the rule on ZionLex TV, anybody could get it at any time. Be careful in the comment section. You might not want to be the next contestant on who's going to make the Summer Jam screen. You know, we're here to educate, we're here to entertain, we're here to edutain. You know, in today's society, it's kind of hard to keep up with, you know, the fast algorithm, people being on YouTube, people being on Instagram, people being on Facebook, people being on TikTok, all at the same time. And they're working and they're chilling, right? So there's a lot of things that people are doing. So how do you grab people's attention, right? So here at ZionLex TV, we like to edutain. We like to, here we go. All right. First slide. Medieval Israelite presence in and around Timbuktu, post 8th century CE, Common Era. The presence of medieval Israelites in and around Timbuktu, particularly around the 8th century CE, is a fascinating subject that interweaves the histories of Judaism, Africa, and the trans-Saharan trade routes. While there is limited direct evidence of a significant Israelite community in Timbuktu itself, the broader region of West Africa saw a confluence of various cultures and peoples due to extensive trade networks. These routes connected the Islamic world with sub-Saharan Africa, facilitating not only the exchange of goods, but also the flow of ideas, languages, and religions. Some historical accounts suggest the presence of Jewish traders who were active in gold trade, which was a cornerstone of Timbuktu's economy. Additionally, the renowned city of Timbuktu during its peak was a melting pot of scholars and merchants, and it's plausible that Jewish intellectuals contributed to its rich tapestry of knowledge and multiculturalism. Although the evidence is largely circumstantial and often anecdotal, the notion of a medieval Israelite presence in the region underscores the dynamic interactions that shape medieval African societies. I'm going to hone in on something for a moment. Additionally, the renowned city of Timbuktu during its peak was a melting pot of both scholars and merchants. Why is that significant for me to hone in on or point out in this moment? It's a very, very important thing, everyone, to return to the language. This is why I go so hard about biblical Hebrew literacy. Most of us know of a people group called the Canaanites. Some of us may know that the Canaanites also are forced south. We are not the only ones who are running south because of the exile and because of the captivity. Even the Canaanites suffered as a result of what we went through. We, led by Joshua, when Joshua led the conquest into the land of Israel, which, by the way, is documented in the Amarna letters, from as early, even the Canaanites suffered as a result of what we went through. We, led by Joshua, when Joshua led the conquest into the land of Israel, which, by the way, is documented in the Amarna letters, from as early as the period of Joshua, which is the 1300s BCE or the 1200s, we already know historically that Canaanites began to make incursions south into continental Africa. They began to set up vassal states all throughout parts of North Africa. This is also documented in writings and correspondence between Alexander and even his soldiers, that during the Greek captivity, when more Jews were forced into continental Africa, many living in Carthage, which was a vassal state created by the Phoenicians, many of them at that time elected to send letters to Greece and Rome asking and petitioning that their land be restored back unto them. So we know that history attests to there being Canaanites as well inside interior Africa or continental Africa. And here's something interesting. In biblical Hebrew, the term Canaan, or as we say in Hebrew, Kinaan, it is literally the Hebrew word for merchant. And so this trade, this craft of being merchants is not unique to the Canaanites only or exclusively. The children of Israel also inherited this skill set, also being merchants. So the people from Canaan, whether you were an Israelite or whether you were a Canaanite, many of them were known to the outside world. Many of them were known as merchants. So whether you were an Israelite, whether you were a Canaanite, to the outside world, many people looked at us as merchants, selling goods, right? Tradable goods. Right. So in noting here that it says, additionally, the renowned city of Timbuktu during its peak was a melting pot of both scholars and merchants, and it's plausible that Jewish intellectuals contributed to its rich tapestry of knowledge and multiculturalism. I just want to remind you guys of some of those elements and features of history that make the mention of there being merchants in this region significant as the term can apply to Canaanites as a people and Canaanite culture, which in part the biblical Israelites inherited. Let's move. Come up the live stream, everybody. Like, share, subscribe. Whenever you hear something that you like, whenever you hear something that you enjoy, throw a bomb emoji, throw a fire emoji, donate, support the platform. I think I don't have to say this, but I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. Guys, when you come to Zion Lex TV, there is so much effort that is clearly given to the way that we actually present and share information. You know, when you look around on YouTube at people that's presenting information, I want to challenge you to see if you can count on one hand 5 people that are sharing information at this level. Not just top tier knowledge, but even in terms of the visual presentation. Show your love, family. There's a lot of work that goes in. All right. Medieval Israelite presence in and around Timbuktu post 8th century Common Era. Timbuktu at the crossroads of sacred text, trade, and memory. From the late 8th century CE onward, Timbuktu emerged as one of the most consequential intellectual and commercial hubs of the trans-Saharan world. Far from being an isolated desert settlement, Timbuktu functioned as a gateway between West Africa, North Africa, the Mediterranean basin, and the broader Islamic world of West Africa. Within this web of exchange, gold, salt, books, and ideas, evidence points to a discrete yet meaningful Israelite presence tied primarily to a long-distance commerce, scribal activity, and learned networks. This presence did not manifest as a centralized polity or mass migration, but as mercantile families, scholars, and intermediaries whose traces survive in medieval travel accounts, Islamic historiography, and manuscript traditions preserved in the Niger Bend. Radanite merchants and the Israelite trade diaspora. Central to any discussion of Israelite activity in medieval West Africa are the Radanites, a class of multilingual Jewish merchants described by Islamic geographers such as Ibn Khordadbeh in the 9th century. These traders operated across astonishing distances from Al-Andalus and southern France through North Africa, the Middle East, Persia, and into Central and South Asia. While some suggest a European origin, leading scholars such as Moshe Gil connect them to the region of Radan in southern Iraq. Within this context, the appearance of Radanite-linked traders in western termini of trans-Saharan routes is neither speculative nor anomalous. Timbuktu, Gao, and Al Dagas were natural extensions of these networks. Gold from Bambouk and Bure fields Gold from Bambouk and Bure fields flowed north. Salt, textiles, and books flowed south. Israelite merchants, fluent in Arabic, Romance languages, and often Hebrew, were ideally positioned as brokers. Their presence likely predated and then coalesced or coexisted with the Islamization of the region rather than arising in opposition to it. Hebraic literacy, scribal culture, and manuscript traces. One of the strongest indicators of an Israelite intellectual footprint in medieval Timbuktu lies in the manuscript culture of the Niger Bend. Thousands of texts, legal, astronomical, theological, and commercial, were copied and preserved by families whose libraries stretch back centuries. Among these are references to Jewish traders, legal formulas consistent with Israelite commercial practice, and occasional Hebrew terms embedded within Arabic documents, particularly in trade contracts and correspondence. Private collections, most famously those associated with the Hadara family, contain manuscripts that attest to sustained contact with Jewish merchants and scholars. While the majority of these texts are written in Arabic, the presence of Hebrew glosses, Israelite personal names, and references to communities identified as Al-Yahud of the Jews in commercial contexts suggests interaction rather than abstraction. The use of the term ivri, which is how we say Hebrew in Hebrew, in some marginal traditions, though rare, points to self-identification rather than purely external labeling. You know, an esteemed elder among us who is still around, may his memory be blessed and may his years be increased and multiplied. I'm speaking of none other than Rudolph R. Windsor. He writes, if we didn't get into sources, Islamic historiography and Israelite memory, medieval Islamic historians writing about the Western Sahel frequently acknowledge Jewish communities as part of the region's commercial landscape. Accounts describing Jewish quarters, traders, or advisors appear in North African chronicles, particularly in relation to Gao and earlier Saharan towns that predate Timbuktu's rise. These references are typically pragmatic rather than polemical, depicting Jews as, again, merchants, financiers, and learned men rather than as theological adversaries. Such portrayals align with the broader Islamic legal framework governing al-Kitab, which is to say, the people of the book, within which Jews could operate as protected non-Muslims while retaining religious distinctiveness. This status helps explain how Israelite traders could maintain observances such as Shabbat privately, transmit elements of Torah culture, and still function openly within Islamic trade systems. In this book entitled Studies in African History, Ancient Ghana and Mali by Nehemiah Levsion, Levsion demonstrates, though Arabic chronicles, geographers, and legal sources, Levsion demonstrates through Arabic chronicles, geographers, and legal sources that Jewish traders, advisors, and communities were active across Ghana, Gao, and the Saharan towns well before Timbuktu's rise and prior to Islam's political dominance. He shows that these Jews were treated pragmatically as integral actors in trans-Saharan commerce, governed under the Islamic framework of al-Kitab, which is to say the people of the book. Arab historians, Arab geographers refer to this distinct people group as al-Kitab, which is to say the people of the book. Confirming and already enduring Bani Israel presence in Bilal al-Sudan. Let's go. Continuity, assimilation, and disappearance from the surface record. So what happened with all of this history? By the late medieval period, explicit references to Israelite communities in Timbuktu become less frequent, not necessarily due to disappearance, but due to assimilation, conversion to Islam, intermarriage, name changes, and the dominance of Arabic as the lingua franca, as the language of record, all contributed to the gradual fading of visible Jewish identity. What remained thus, however, were embedded practices, cultural norms, scribal techniques, calendrical knowledge, and fragments of Hebraic learning absorbed into the wider scholarly culture of the Sahel. This pattern mirrors Israelite diasporic experiences elsewhere, from Yemen to Al-Andalus, where continuity often survived in intellectual and familial lineages rather than in overt communal institutions. Timbuktu as a peripheral center of the Israelite world. The evidence for a medieval Israelite presence in and around Timbuktu does not point to a lost kingdom or mass settlement, but to something more historically consistent and arguably more significant. A nodal presence within a global Israelite mercantile and intellectual diaspora. Through the Radhanite networks, through manuscript culture, and through sustained interaction with Islamic civilization, Israelites participated in shaping one of Africa's greatest centers of learning. Timbuktu thus stands not only as a monument of Islamic scholarship, but as a reminder that the medieval world was deeply interconnected and that Israelite history, far from being confined to Europe or the Levant, extended meaningfully into the heart of West Africa. Let's go. Let's go. Moderators, if you can, please, moderators, if you can, share the link to our online classes, Learn Torah Hebrew Academy at patreon.com/Learn Torah. Remind them that for the biblical Hebrew classes, they would have to choose the diamond tier membership level. Also, moderators, if you can, the link to support us is at the top of the chat section. Please reshare that link. That way I don't have to jump in and out of the presentation to remind people that that Zion Lex TV in part benefits from the donations that are sent here that helps us to build such illustrious presentations, have incredible guests, and just makes for ultimately an incredible learning platform. It takes you guys' help. So moderators, if you can, please do share those links. And here we go. All right. Accounts of Jewish communities in medieval Sahel. The Jewish Israelite communities in the medieval Sahel are a fascinating yet often overlooked aspect of African history. During the medieval period, the Sahel region, which stretches across the northern part of sub-Saharan Africa, was a vibrant hub of trade and cultural exchange. Jewish merchants played a significant role in the trans-Saharan trade routes connecting North Africa with West Africa. Historical accounts suggest that Jewish communities may have settled in cities such as Timbuktu and Gao, where they engaged in commerce, scholarship, and cultural interactions with Muslim and indigenous African societies. These communities often maintain their distinct religious and cultural identities while also assimilating certain local customs. Although concrete evidence is limited, the legacy of these Jewish communities in the Sahel is evident in the rich tapestry of African history, highlighting the region's diversity and the interconnectedness of medieval societies. Accounts of Jewish communities in the medieval Sahel. Introduction: Jewish memory in the Chronicles of Bilal al-Sudan. Medieval West Africa was not a historical blank space, nor was it isolated from the religious and ethnic currents of the broader Old World. Islamic scholars writing in the Sahel preserve layered memories of pre-Islamic societies, dynasties, and communities whose identities were already ancient by the time Islam became dominant. I'm going to read that part again. Medieval West Africa was not a historical blank space, nor was it isolated from the religious and ethnic currents of the broader Old World. Islamic scholars writing in the Sahel preserved layered memories of pre-Islamic societies, dynasties, and communities whose identities were already ancient by the time Islam became dominant. What's the inference here? The children of Israel, Jews, Israelites, had been in this region long before the onset of Islam, long before the incursion of Arabic or Arab invaders, long before. By the time Arab invaders and Islam makes its way into interior Africa, the indigenous Israelites that had long been there, their name, their history, their culture is already part and parcel of the ancient tradition of continental Africa. All right, moderators, please, again, once more, moderators, can you share the link to our classes and can you share the link to the support for Zion Lex TV? Please, moderators, thank you. Two of the most important chronicles preserved in Timbuktu libraries, Tariq al-Sudan and Tariq al-Fatash, record traditions of peoples identified as Bani Israel, which is to say the children of Israel in Arabic, living among the populations of Bilal al-Sudan, which is to say the land of the blacks. These texts are crucial because they do not describe Jews as foreign Europeans, or recent arrivals. Are y'all hearing this? None of the Arabic geographers and historians, when they refer to Jews of Bilal al-Sudan, they're not referring to Europeans. They're not referring to those making incursions from parts of Eastern, Northern, and even Western Europe. They're referring to indigenous Israelites that had long made incursions into the lands of Africa. These texts are crucial because they do not describe Jews as foreign Europeans or recent arrivals, but as indigenous, dark-skinned communities integrated in Sahelian political, military, and economic life. The Jewish presence remembered in these chronicles reflects a Black African Israelite identity embedded in the Niger Bend long before European contact. Thank you very much, Sister Naftali. You are greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, I see somebody wants to make this Summer Jam screen, but it just so happens I don't have time today. But thank you for helping me to identify you. See you later. There we go. The photo on the right, Black Sephardic Jewish and Jewish descended families of Cape Verde, whose ancestors included exile and displaced Jews from Spain and Portugal following the Inquisitions of the 15th century, settled on islands that were uninhabited before Portuguese colonization. These communities became fully African over generations, preserving Jewish lineage and memory while integrating into West African Atlantic society. All right. The Jews of Bilal al-Sudan in Arabic historiography. Arabic and Islamic writers use the term Bilal al-Sudan to describe the lands south of the Sahara inhabited by dark-skinned African peoples. When Jewish communities are mentioned within this context, they are never described as outsiders from Europe. Shout out to Brother Garfield. I'm going to read that part again. When Jewish communities are mentioned in this context under the umbrella of Bilal al-Sudan, they are never described as outsiders from Europe. Shout out to Brother Garfield. Instead, they are portrayed as part of the Black populations of the region, sharing language, appearance, and customs with surrounding peoples while retaining distinct religious identity. Writers such as al-Yaqubi and later Sahelian chroniclers consistently frame Jews as indigenous Africans. Are y'all hearing me? We're going to run that back. Writers such as al-Yaqubi and later Sahelian chroniclers consistently frame Jews as indigenous Africans. This aligns with broader Islamic ethnographic categories, where Sudan denotes complexion and geography rather than religion.
Now, let me put my face on the screen for a second.
What was that shout out about?
Yeah, I see what he's saying. Now let me put my face on the screen for Zion. This book here, you said al-Yaqubi says what? That they were indigenous Africans and they were dark? Are you sure about that? Are you sure that? Let me share my screen for 1 second and show the audience something real quick.
Somebody alarm is going on.
Yeah, that's me. Let's scroll down a little bit here. Let's go to 2793 and take a look at this right here. And this is in North Africa. there's a lot of things that's wrong with the presentation, but I don't want to stress that. This book here is a very important book because Edith Bruder and Tazaryach Parfit are the ones that why really people study the Black Jews of Africa. So this book is a must read for everybody. It came out in 2008. Edith Bruder, who is a student of Tazaryach Parfit. Look at what she wrote. I've been playing this for years. On the Algerian-Moroccan border, according to a local chronicle discovered at the beginning of the 20th century, the very earliest inhabitants of Taoud and Garara settled in the 1st century AD, coming from Tyrannica. Now, let's scroll down a little bit. Another tradition from the region of Tazaryach in the northeast of Taoud reveals that the Jewish population is so ancient that they are considered the earliest white inhabitants of the area, not Garfield. In the most ancient period, whose tradition was covered by memory, the country was inhabited by Jews who employed who? Negro workers. So they're differentiating by people who, what they're known as in society. Negro workers would be black folks. White folks would be definitely not Negro. So they're inhabited by Jews who employed black workers. Okay, I'm going to move off from that, and I'm going to go to another source real quick. I got to scroll all the way up top just to see what my brother says about this part right here. Hold on a second. I think I got it right here. These are West African Jews, how they're described. White Jewish men took black women to create mulatto lancados. I'm not going to go into that. Barbo speak on the Jewish mulattoes in South where the slaves came from the mainland as well as da-da-da-da. I'm not going to get into that. I'm going to get into what they says here in the history by Walter Rodney, my Guyanese brother. He wrote about the lancados were often Jews and they're described as white. They're also called New Christians. So if we want to play the game of color and color references, I could actually show you the primary, well, actually not the primary sources, but the sources that lead you to the primary sources of people being described as non-black. All right. These are, hold on, let me get to this right here. Became as dark as native Africans. Hold on a second. Let's scroll down a little bit. This is from 1738. The Lankada descendants, loose Africans, became as dark as white native Africans, reckon themselves still as if they were white Portuguese. They hate to be called black and want the status of their white progenitors. Not me. But they were dark as indigenous black Africans. Because guess why? Because they were mating descendants of Jewish men and African women, mulattoes, now more swarthy still on the Senegambia coast after further mixing with black women. These mulattoes became a more swarthy race. So the color game, which is a stupid game, makes no sense. Who is black, who is white, whatever, doesn't matter. But these are people that were in West Africa called white. I didn't call them that. This is what the scholars are calling them. I'm not going to get into Ola Uda Equiano and how he used different sources to talk about the Jews who are originally what color and all that stuff. Well, yeah, I just wanted to show these two things and get back to the video. But I do want to get a source on Al Yaqabi. Al Yaqabi is a very important source here. And in this book, you mentioned the Radhanite Jews. What I would ask Zion is, can you show me a source where Al Yaqabi says, not Al Yaqabi, let me go to the actual page and read it because I actually have the book. Page 16. Let me show it for the audience. Ibn Khurada, the guy that talked about the Radhanite Jews. It says here, he had practically no information about sub-Saharan Africa. That's what it says on page 16, the fourth paragraph. He had practically no information about sub-Saharan Africa. Page 16. Another book that's important to the conversation right here. Letters of Medieval Jewish travelers. One of the reasons why the case for Jews in West Africa is kind of crazy. And I'm not saying there's no Jews at that time period. I don't want anybody to say that. We have letters of medieval traders. Show me these traders writing back to Babylon or wherever saying that they're in West Africa. And another situation you got to show is this right here. Let me show you real quick. Because people could make claims, and there's a lot of assumptions by Zion. So there's really nothing to really combat because he's saying it's more circumstantial. So he's not saying that it is what it is. So out of respect for what he's saying, I'm not going to go too hard. But I'm just going to say that the source that talked about the Radhanite Jews have nothing to do with West and Central Africa. Let me bring up this book right here. Let me show the front of this book. Hold on a second. Let me get to the front of this book here. Let me show you guys this book right here. This book right here has a whole chapter on the Radhanite Jews. It's called Jews in Islamic Countries in the Middle Ages. The perfect book. Same the guy that you quoted, Moshe Gill, that you quoted. It's by him. All right. So that basically gives a whole chapter on the Radhanite Jews. All right, let's get out of that. Let's go back to this. Let me bring up one more thing and I'm done with this right here. Here we go. This is the Catalan Atlas of 1375. Why do we have documented all Jewish communities but none is in West Africa? See who's in West Africa? Mansa Musa. And why are the Balearic Jews encouraging Jews to go to West and Central Africa if they were there because of the gold? And this is 1375 of the Common Era. There were no Jews, no main Jewish communities in Timbuktu. I know what that Bilal al-Sudan says, but if you read in manuscript C, you also need to know that manuscript C of Tariq al-Fatash is considered a forgery because we have manuscript A and manuscript B, and Tariq al-Fatash manuscript C came out later in the 19th century or the 18th century later. So we already know that's a fraud, and we already know Delafore's translation is a fraud. So check the information first before we make presentations. That's my advice. I'm not going to go too deep into it, but I'll just say that is what it is. And Sadorba is right. We do have information about the Berbers, and we do what we do. All right, the link is there. If anybody want to jump on, jump on. But
You said your next book is gonna be on the Berber? What's your next book gonna be on?
on Made in America, African Americans in search of an identity.
Oh, okay.
Gideon scared to come on stage with his fake info.
Oh, Gideon is in the chat. Well, he said Garfield. Mongo Slave is funny. Gideon, hit the link.
Zion is very careful, though. If you notice his words, it's circumstantial. But for Zion, what I'll do next week is I'll go over each point. But for most of what he's saying is definitely not. I mean, the Radhanite Jews alone, which is over 60% of his presentation. I actually downloaded it and put the PDF in Chat GPT. And I actually watched it. And when I'm watching it, I'm like, I know he's wrong here. Because the Radhanite Jew stuff about in Mali, if you Google Jews in Africa, you see it in the Wikipedia article. They'll talk about it. You see it in that article. As a matter of fact, let me put it on the screen so that nobody thinks I'm making this up. Look at this right here. Let's go to my screen. and just put Jews in West Africa. You have the history of the Jews in West Africa. You have this article here. Sahelian historical known as Jews of Bilad al-Sudan, West African Jewish communities, early history. I don't think it's this one here. But here's another part that's interesting. This part right here, Tariq may have recorded the first Jewish presence in Africa, which coincided with the arrival of the Zua ruler of Koika and his brother. Now, if he brings this to a debate, he's going to hear some stuff he never heard before. Zua Aleman was a member of the Yemenite Jewish communities. Local traditions. When did that local tradition come into effect? See, you got to see, look at this right here at the bottom. See, I told you, the Jewish history of Mali begins in the 8th century BC, African Jewish Radhanites. But if you look here, there's no source for this in this wiki article. So when you go to Jewish Virtual Library, it says the same thing. So the Radhanite Jews never went to Mali. That is not true. And it says it in the source. In the source, it tells you where it went, where they went. They went to the Maghreb region, but they never went to inside the interior of Africa. It doesn't say that in the source. So if you go to the primary, it doesn't say it. And then you have this one here where he talked about this story, manuscript C, described a community called the Bani Israel. This is considered false because manuscript C, we have manuscript A and manuscript B, and it doesn't say nothing about this tradition. Manuscript C is translated later, but whoever put this in, it's my guy actually made this article. The guy who made this article, I'm very familiar with him, the person who actually did this whole article. And then he talked about the color thing. Look at this guy. This is one of the guys from Morocco who went to Timbuktu later in the 1800s. Look at this guy. And he's trying to bring a color thing to the game. Look at this guy. Is this your brother, Mika?
On my mother's side.
Yeah, Rabbi Mordecai said he's from Morocco or from one of them not Maghreb cultures that came down. And nobody's denying that there was a Jewish community here. And then another claim he made was that from Timbuktu they migrated to Ghana and Nigeria. There's no source that says that. He made that up. And there's nobody insinuating that either. He made that up. Zion made that up by himself. There's no source for that. With the people in Morocco, what happened with the people in Morocco is, although they got warnings in the 1500s after they migrated from Spain or Portugal, the guy who was the judge, who's called the Qadi, said he's not going to follow through with Magellan's fatwa from in Algeria. So the guy in Algeria said that the Jews got to convert or whatever. The rest of the people in the world of Africa said they're not going to follow through with it, and we have a primary for that. So that kills that whole argument about them converting to Islam or whatever, and that's how they probably become West African because Muslims came over. Nah, stop. And then in Senegal, we have the Muslims giving permission for the Jews to have a synagogue and practice openly Judaism, because remember, the Spaniards and the Portuguese didn't want them practicing Judaism. They wanted to practice Christianity. So they were openly allowed to, and they were mad that the Muslims gave them permission. So they didn't have to convert into Islam because they were given permission. So we have that documented in Peter Mark's book. So this whole thing about them converting to Islam, where is this happening? I'm not saying it didn't happen at all, because we have records of it, of them documenting, because Jews are the most documented people in Africa at that time period. They're well documented. We know their movements. We know what they did. We know how they helped with the slave trade. We know about the Lancados. We know about the Luso Africans. It's well documented. So again, if you have a belief, you're trying to force your belief onto the history, it's not going to work. It's not going to work.
Text Scully and tell us the close finish.
So what I was hearing is basically the same stuff I hear from most of the Israelites. Like, I didn't hear anything that made me say, oh, yeah, that's new. That's different. That's something to look into. Like, when are they going to actually present us with some historical information that's going to actually change something? Because everything they, like you said, is speculation. I wouldn't even call it speculation. It's just pure makeup. So I don't know what they doing with it. I don't know why these guys think they're the top Hebrew Israelite scholars in the community. They sound like Captain Tazaryach. And he's a madman.
Might his God zap you?
Look at this crazy guy in the chat.
Yeah, the Gideon, the guy who said he may not be an Israelite,
Useless.
that guy. Didn't you say that out your own, on your own volition, Gideon? Did nobody force you to say you may not be an Israelite? We may not be Israelites. You don't know. What are you talking about as true history? Huh?
Somebody have main guy syndrome. We got to talk about you. I think you embarrassed yourself enough last week when you were asked to provide sources. You provided a source. That's not a source because it's an assumption based off of a word which has nothing to do with Ghana at all. But I don't need to respond to that because, again, you're trying to tie Israel to an area which they had no connection with. But hey, superimpose all you want. Waste of time. All right. Yeah. So as far as the presentation, that I actually watched the whole presentation. There's a couple of things I have issues with, but there's some things he's right about also. So let's not act like Zion was 100% wrong. I'm just saying logically, at 1375, why are Balearic Jews encouraging Jews to come to the region if they were already there? If they were there already, it don't make any sense. That don't make any sense at all. Because they would have known about the gold and all that stuff. Yeah, when he talked about, I'll give him his props when he's right. But definitely with the Radhanite Jew stuff, that is incorrect. That is definitely, because I learned about that from Raw Bond, and I found out recently that was incorrect. So I learned about the Radhanite Mali connection back then. And there was also a Mali in Asia. But I don't think that source wrote about Mali anyway. But and then we talk about LexxJewsian Jews in West Africa. Ibn Kurdabai or whatever his name is, no Arabic source claiming Radhanite Jews in West Africa. That's the first thing I would ask him. Just show me the source that says Radhanite Jews were in West Africa. That's what I would like to see. Because in the source it says practically no information about sub-Saharan Africa and knowledge of West Africa and Arabic sources was limited and indirect. That's LexxJewsian saying that. Because even the Jews that they talk about in page, I think it's page 1, the Arabic sources, I do have all the mentions of Jews, right? Hold on, let me go to it right now. I think page 125. Who is this right here? On a consignment of the Jewish judge of Palermo.
I think years back you did a presentation on this, or I could be wrong.
Hold on 1 second.
You need it?
I got. Oh, this is in Jerusalem. So some of the Arabic sources are referring to in Jerusalem and all that stuff. And in the Maghreb. Let me find these sources. Because I got the book right here. And then some of the sources is make a letter to a quaddy, buying palm branches. Yeah, so I mean, there's so much sources in this book, but I do want to make it clear that there's no. Oh, I'm in the wrong book. I'm in Letters of Medieval Jewish. Because I was like, where are my markers at? Because I got my markers in here. Al-Baka, he mentioned something about Jews. The inhabitants of this region use arrows when fighting. Beyond this country lies another called Malal, the king of which is this. So the sources, hold on a second. On the opposite bank of the Nile is another great kingdom stretching a distance of more than 8 days. Martin, the king of which has the title of Da. Inhabitants of this region use arrows when fighting. Beyond this country lies another called Malal, the king of which is known as Al-Musulmani. He's thus called because his country became afflicted with drought. The inhabitants prayed for rain, sacrificing cattle till they had exterminated almost all of them, but the drought and the misery only increased. The king had as his guest a Muslim who used to read the Quran and was acquainted with the Sunnah. To this man, the king complained of the calamities. So you see the culture is living there that have nothing to do with Jews. Travel, hold on, that's page 82. Then you go to page 85. Talk about Ghana. I think the one that people like to refer to is the one here. The people of Barbara are pagans. The land of the Barbara tribe of Danyaahla. There had been much warfare between them. The people of Ghana sought the help of the Almoravids. The people of Tazaryach made raids on the land of the Barbara tribe of Danyaahla. The people of Barbara are pagans. Let me see. About 20 farsakhs to the east of Ghana is the town of Zafun. This is the nearest of the desert towns to Warkland. They returned to Orthodox Islam when the people of Ghana, Tazaryach and Zafun adopted Islam. They are attacked to the town of Ghana. The people of Zafun take captives from the people of Amima, a tribe of the Danyaahla who lived in the eastern part of the desert between Zafun and Kaka near the Nile of Egypt. Not West Africa. This is Al-Zuhairi. Let me talk about one more now. Let's go to page 109. Let's go to 108, Ali Drisi. If you notice, look at this right now. In the whole land of Lamlam, there are only two small village-like towns, one called Malal and the other Da. Between these two towns is a distance of 4 days. Their inhabitants, according to the report of the people of that part of the world, are Jews, but in brackets, but infidelity and ignorance overcame them. When among all the people of Lamlam one reaches puberty, he's branded on his face and temples with fire, and this is their mark, their country, and all their settlement. Beyond the land of Lamlam to the south, there is no known habitation. Now, when we go to page 108, 108, and look in the back of the book, to onto the source. Page 108. We see who is these Jewish people or who they're talking about. So when we go to 5, it says, who says the Amima, another name for these stateless peoples, profess Judaism. The Lamlam speak neither the language of the Matziri, which should refer to the West Atlantic language of Takur, and the Wolof, nor the language of Ghana, i.e. Saniki. The Lamlam were apparently Malinke or Bambara. So the source actually corrects it and tells us exactly who it is. Who is that? Somebody just jump on the panel. Who that?
Hey, Garfield.
Who is you?
I am me. I'm you. I love Garfield. I bought his book.
Pause.
I bought his book. I bought his book to, because the Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine, it affected my mind so bad. And Garfield and Sonetta platform, it actually helped me deconstruct from this so-called foolishness. I'm not going to say I know but I know because it's like African people, black people, they got ties to West Sub-Saharan Africa. So it's like, first of all, you don't know the language, you don't know Hebrew, you don't know Greek, you don't know Aramaic. So how do you have ties to these people that is so far from you? It just doesn't make sense to me. So I respect Garfield and what he does, even though I don't listen a lot because it's just too much information free, you know, free. So yeah, I didn't read the whole book because of my own, problems, whatever. But I respect Garfield and this, the conscious community. I respect it.
Okay, I'm glad you learned from the conscious community. But Garth over there doing his thing. So you go ahead, Savio. Garth been making a lot of noise.
That's me. Somebody.
Oh, that's oh, yeah. It's a lot of noise because Garfield needs to know his stuff. Cause all I hear is but I want to know how long you been in this community, you.
I've been listening to Garfield because I like him. He's like he pushes back. Like he doesn't really believe, and that's what I like about Garfield. Like, I've been listening to Garfield, not solely him, but Sod Netter. I've been tuning into the platform for over 10 years. I'm 30 years old. Sabio.
So do you got a religion or you just what do you call it what do you call a theist or whatever?
I'm rooted in Christianity. Yeah, I can say that I'm rooted in Christianity, but there's certain things that just doesn't make any sense. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, I'm just trying to get to know you. Hit the panel whenever. Golf will be teaching. I don't know about the other channels, but I know Golf will be teaching.
Yeah,
So,
I respect it. I respect it.
So how long were you a misled person?
To be honest, as a child, I'm 30, so like as a child, I wasn't misled as in like bumping my head and just going through the depths of my mind.
No, I don't mean like that. I mean caught up in the Hebrew Israelite doctrine.
Oh, I like 5 years, 7 years, you can say.
Okay, so and what helped you deconstruct? You said Garfield and Sinetta helped you deconstruct from the Hebrew Israelite doctrine. Are you still caught up in the Christian doctrine?
You can say it affects my mind. It definitely affects my mind still. There's still like debris that I see that affects me, even though like my conscious mind, like my waking mind, it doesn't agree with it, but I hear whispers. As you can pull from the Islamic text, like I hear whispers. They call it audio hallucinations. Yeah, I hear it sometimes.
So you basically have Jenny.
Excuse me?
You have Jenny.
What does that mean?
The Jenny? What the Muslims will be like nightmares or demons chasing you, things chasing you, or remnants of the religion that are haunting you, basically.
Yes, you can say that, but not to spookify and spookism and all that stuff. Yeah, audio hallucinations definitely torment me, most definitely.
Okay, so
All right, guys, let me get out of here, man. Peace and love. We've been on too long anyway, so I'm out of here.
Man, you leave. We staying. You can leave. So rude. Rude. Okay, you.
All right, peace and love, y'all. We out.